Yo. Oh, I guess I could turn some music on. I'm not turning music on today. We'll just leave it as it is. Good morning, good morning. What's up, VC? How you doing? What's up, Carter? Good morning, Chuck. Good to see you. And yeah, we are starting a little bit lower this morning. Friday's close. It's yesterday to me always. The weekends just don't exist. Previous day close, 566.62. So we're down a pretty good amount already. We're down at the next bigger level, 561.60. We've already broken previous day midpoint. We've already made it down to another bigger time frame level, which actually kind of lines up with the highs of the pre-market, almost from the day before. Oh wait, no, never mind. I'm tripping. Either way, though, nice little balanced look here. 561.60, a clear level that, if broken, definitely looking for more sellers. Probably if we hold this, though, probably we'll see a move up to 565.40 at the beginning of the day. That's kind of my thinking, my thought process. And if we get rejections of this, I could see us sticking between here and here. But any excess move outside of this or this, we have clear levels. I would say this is a level, of course, but 560 is also a very clear. I think it's actually 559.50 is the level. I think is the 50% between here and here. I'm not sure, but 560, very easy number to remember. And then same thing above here, because the next bigger level is like 572 almost if we get past all this. So kind of looking to see if we get to 570 more than anything. If we get past 565s, that is. Of course, we have other levels in the way, but I'm just thinking in the macro in case we do move outside of the range, because that's kind of been part of the conversation every day for the past like 8 weeks. I've had to actually include like further out targets that I wouldn't otherwise think about for the day. But that's my thought process. Let me know what you guys think. And yeah, if someone could clip that from the YouTube stream, that would also help, so I can relink that. But that's the plan for SPY. IWM, completely different idea. I mean, actually kind of the same idea, really. Just different numbers. Like I said, the market lately has just been like the same template. It's just the numbers are all different, especially for IWM. Let me zoom in for this because this chart's crazy hard to look at. If we get a... Let me just do this for now. We'll go back to the double chart later. Same thing for this, though. Kind of looking to see, like, does this area break? This is a big pivot point for me. I would say the the lows of 198, excuse me. If that ends up holding, we probably will see a buyer move up to almost 200 today. If this breaks, of course, probably seeing that 200.50 area. Any break of this, definitely seeing 197.67. If that ends up any breaks or retests as well to kind of add on to that, oh, we're expecting sellers to pop up on the chart bias. We could definitely look for that. Same thing. You can see it's the same template. Yes, there is a level way down here, but there is something else in between. So we'll look at the 50% in between the levels if we do get that break. And then, of course, other targets outside of the 200.50 in case we do go higher. But this is just the previous day close. Also, a very easy add-on level for anybody today is going to be the previous day close down to today's open, wherever that's going to be. Right now, it's looking like it's popping up pretty close to where this is. Same thing for the SPY chart. 50% is popping up pretty close to this level, actually. So, of that move down, also, that'll be pretty important. Even though I know you can count the Sunday session. I'll post SPX in chat after open. And yeah, if you guys have any questions about any individual tickers or what you're looking at, let me know. These are some daily charts also. I actually decided to organize my like labels and stuff. So this is like the overall market, some SPY weights. This is technically this was in order about a week or two ago. It could be moved around, of course, but these were the top 20 weights. So I'm kind of watching that. The XL weights is kind of nice to watch. I mainly watch these top 3 or 4, and then these other ones are just kind of nice to have. Comms. Industrials, staples. I really like having staples there, even though it's not a huge weight. And then these are some daily setups that I'm looking at based on their daily time frame. So if you guys have any questions or you want to look at anything, let me know. If I need to repeat myself, let me know. But yeah, that's the market right now. Also, I already posted a lot of the news and general kind of like market info this morning in the trade floor. So if you guys are just now getting here, be sure to check that out. See, I knew it for a second. I thought I was on IWM. I wasn't looking for a second. They just look the exact same. And yeah, good morning, everybody. Garden, Letter, VC, Michelle, good to see you. And then whoever else is on YouTube. Alexis, good to see you. Good morning, my peeps. Re-entry Monday. It definitely feels like it. Feels like a buy the dip move is happening. And if not, it'll be the most obvious break under ever. Because it's kind of lining up with a few things. Not just 560, 160, but pre-market low. We got 2 levels kind of lining up at the exact same spot right now. So I feel like for most people like us, it'll be easy to see. Big focus, though, is definitely like you could literally... I like to do this, too. Just for fun. But you could even like have like a backup chart where you just have like just the most important levels. Like I would definitely say the previous day or the Friday halfway point. I'd say that's pretty damn important. Not even really the low and high of this day, but I would say the other most important level is going to be wherever the halfway point is of this close to today's open. So if we open right here, right, then my focus is going to be between that halfway point and this halfway point. Because now that tells me, okay, well, we're definitely directionally down. We just haven't broken anything else yet. That's what that tells me. That's an instant piece of context that helps me now, right? Compared to just like, oh, well, we're holding this level, so I'm going to buy calls unless it breaks. It's like, okay, well, what else? What else is there, though? Like, what does that tell me? So that's why we have huge focus on that as well. Does that make sense, though? Just keeping it simple, not looking at too much. This kind of gives us directional value, like, all right, well, we're already down. We know we've gone down basically to 560, 160s. So if we get a break of that or any rejections of this, it's definitely still bearish. We've already gotten that sign, right? But any hold of pre-market low, any retake of 560, 540, then we have to assume we are trying to go up. So based on the hold of pre-market low so far, yeah, we probably will go up a little bit. But definitely directionally down. We can easily see that. Not just because we're down, but because we've rejected good areas. We went down in the Sunday session, dropped. You can see good rejections here in the pre-market of today, dropped. So it's not just because, oh, we're down. It's like, it's also the price action that's popped up. And I'm not saying use your pre-market price action, but it's just, it's giving you good info. We have clear lower highs over multiple candlesticks going down under good levels. So we're either looking at a hold of pre-market low and a pop or a rejection. So it's just like, where is that coming from, though? You know, so you want to be able to point that out. Previous day midpoint, we got the, but then, I mean, I don't know if this is going to be what that looks like. We could open way up here, and the halfway point of the gap down doesn't even matter, you know, because it's just so much higher. So wherever we open is kind of important. I would say whatever that is a pretty good pivot point. And then wherever we get that open, make sure to mark your previous day close down to your today's open and get that halfway point marked. And then you can highlight this one and that one together and use it as like an area, like a really big important pivot point. And then everything else is like secondary. I'd say pre-market low, pre-market high, even today's open, I would say, are like secondary pivot points outside of that area. But let me know if that makes sense, though, because that's definitely super, super easy to do. And I feel like it's definitely going to be helpful, especially on a day like today where it's like, oh, we're down, but it looks like we're going to go up. It's, you know, feels indecisive. And also, it probably feels that way because of the bigger time frames, too. You know, we've just been going up the past 2 weeks. So it's also not that crazy to feel like, oh, okay, well, we're just trying to go up more. So we got all that stuff already marked off. Because you can see of this latest drop from here to here, we've been above the 50% for a while. There's actually a really good 90% entry here. And then, bear with me here. We go from this high to this low. This is like marking this, and this is like the lower high of that. You can see here we're also above even that 50%. So we're not just above one move down. We're above two now, technically, midpoint. So kind of interesting. You can see right now we're actually at the top of this lower high right now. We're rejecting it in pre-market, clear as day, from the previous day highs, that is. And we've dropped. So we've done is we've hit a bullish target and we've pulled back. So this is a little bit of a reset from a bullish target getting hit. So the question is, does this need to pull back more, or is this where it wanted to go? And then, of course, kind of focusing on that halfway point that we were talking about. Good morning, good morning. And yeah, how was everyone's weekend? It's 8 o'clock. Good morning, Cam. Good to see you. 8:05 to be exact. I made sure I went to bed early. Well, earlier. Good morning, Tobias. Tobias. Go Warriors. What happened? They're still dominating the West? Good morning, DC. Good to see you. Interested in J&J above 157. I like how it's developing a series of higher highs and higher lows in the 4-hour, and how it's on the daily is holding above the daily emerging candle of 156. Damn, that was a mouthful, bro. I didn't even look at J&J, I don't think. Yeah, I definitely did not look at this. But I did look at Moderna, which I don't know why I keep coming back to this thing. I'll just spam through these real quick, Alexis, so you can see. Well, that one doesn't matter. I just keep SPY there because duh. BA is kind of interesting. It's actually breaking. It's going to have a lower open after a potential bearish candle that broke above. So this could actually, today, could be seen as a potential 90% entry to the downside for Boeing. If it does, as long as it holds under 184.40. So you could literally set that, or even the previous day close, but that's a little bit too high for me. I think that stop loss is just too insane. That's like you'd be down like 30-40% at that point. I think at least, just going off natural thinking. But overall, today could be a potential 90% entry to the downside as long as 184.40 is maintained as resistance. So you could also look for a good short setup on Boeing. Anybody looking at that? Tesla, I'm just kind of watching some super basic stuff on this, man. I have a high to this low before they kind of stopped and then continued to just fall. They hit that first fib extension. Since then, they have not broken lower. Earnings came. Here they are. Price action still has them way above this fib extension here. Honestly, whatever this is, too. Probably a good area to watch. It looks like Tesla just wants to fall to 280. I'm not even going to lie. Just going off of... Here's previous day open. Here is previous day. Dude, there's some good setups today. Like, honestly, you could be bearish on Tesla to this area as long as this is resistance. If that pops, probably going to see a good move up. I'd definitely draw whatever the midpoint is, too. I forgot to draw that. Oh, don't need it. It's literally... the previous day close. Don't need it. Cool. And then add that, because why not? And yeah, that one looks pretty good. Not even gonna lie. I'm supposed to be looking at daily charts here, and I keep going down to the smaller. The daily really does set up good setups, though. Like, if you look at this and then you zoom down, like, you have a lot better feel for it. I'm pretty bullish on this chart as well. It's very rare you hear me say I'm bullish on JD, but I actually kind of like this going into the earnings. I think it should pop up into the 38s. We'll see, though. It needs to still react to this level first, though. But they seem to be down in pre-market testing this level, actually. So we'll see if they even maintain the lows of this candle. UNH, pretty crazy. I don't care what anyone says. I think this is already at a discount. Kind of crazy that we're even down here, but we'll see. Target, I think it's insane that this is under $100. Nike, I think this is insane that it's even... I was going to say under $100, but it's crazy that it's even under 60, to be honest here. And then UPS by our very own Mike, Eagle Eye in the chat. It is honestly kind of insane this is under 100 as well. There's a lot of really crazy discounts on the market right now. Even with these past couple weeks where we're just going up again. But yeah, let me know what you think, Alexis. Sorry, I was kind of going over way too much at once, but let me know. I even included a couple smaller time frame setups. Tesla and Boeing, though, don't forget those. This could be good day trades today. During this whole week, not even just today. I don't like to just isolate it for one day. What's up, John G? Good to see you. What's up, Matty Ice? Good morning. I hesitated with Netflix. It showed a nice bearish signal on Friday. Oh, dude, I'm done trying. Don't even try to short Netflix. They're tariff proof. They're everything proof. Shares. Yeah, preach it. Yeah, no, definitely gotta remember what's important here. Find a couple discount buys and take advantage. That's why I really like Mike's post in the chat about UPS. There's a couple posts I've added across time. A bunch of mentions in the streams. I'm sure there's a ton mentioned in chat as well by other people. But definitely a good time to be looking at that kind of stuff. And don't be that person that's like, well, I'm long because I think this and this is going to happen. Like, don't bet on the future. Just buy discounts. That's it. Slowly buy them over time. That's it. Nothing special. Is it me or I noticed they ran out of good movies on Netflix? I'm not sure, honestly. I still use the shit out of Netflix. If I'm not watching Crunchyroll, I'm probably watching Netflix. Like, that's one of the two. They have a pretty good amount of movies, though, I'll be honest. Like, compared to, like HBO's always had a lot of stuff, but they've mainly had, like, good shows, and they're just now getting good at having more movies in there. But I feel like Netflix has always had, like, a good balance of having, like, an equal number of pretty good things equal to the number of really shit things on there. As a true realistic Netflix viewer, like I feel like half of it's really good and then half of it's like, what the hell am I watching? It's a hit or miss on Netflix. It really is. There is no in between. You gotta watch some of the shows though too. Don't just watch movies. There's some really good shows on all these different places like HBO or Netflix. That's why I ask you guys what shows and movies y'all watch, because like there's so many ones I haven't heard of because maybe my like algorithm isn't showing me or whatever. Because I swear to God, there's like 3 or 4 that y'all mentioned that I've never even seen, and then I go to those apps and I type them in and bam, there they are. You know, so it's like it's weird. I don't know. Ask around, get recommendations. That's what I would do. Be open-minded. Don't be one of those people that's like, I only watch the same 5 movies I like. Don't be that guy. Be open-minded. Just finished a new good one on there, Exterritorial. I saw that. I saw the thumbnail for that, but I didn't even click it. I think I was just looking around. But I will say Netflix does have a very good share of like really shit things though, because you can click on something and you watch it and you're like, it's like no one even directed it, you know. But I like Netflix. I think some of the prices on all the things are a little crazy, but I like Netflix. It also kind of sucks that you have to own multiple subscriptions to things to have like a really good selection, if we're being honest. I would definitely check out some of the shows though. There's a lot of really good shows on all of these. I say that about HBO a lot, especially, but it just depends what you watch. My dog's waking up. Good morning, Spicy Pepper. Good to see you. Oh, you eliminated my team. Yeah, see, that shows how much I know. I haven't even been paying attention. Kava looks good, breaking out of the 94 resistance level. Hold up, I gotta let my dog out of here. Yeah, so I don't really remember when I charted this, but apparently it charted. Looks like I drew the supply and demand of over here, demand, and that's literally it. This must be another demand from a long time ago. But they seem to have actually got a good low here, good retake, which I like this actually. I like that they made a new low and retook it in the same day. It's a really good sign. It's a liquidity grab. Impulse move, and you can see they're actually over the impulse move even right now. But this feels like the overall market. I would definitely see what goes on with the overall market for a couple more days, because this definitely looks like the overall market charts. Maybe not like perfectly, but it definitely has the rise, the drop, then it has the retake, then it has the continuation with small gapped up body candles. So this looks just like the market, just a little bit more squeezed together. Lower volume too, it looks like. That's an interesting one to look at though. Good bring up, or good mention. Bring up, what the hell am I saying? Good morning, Greg. Good mention though, good mention. I will add that to the little list of whatever we're calling this. I hope that added, because I can't even see it. Okay, it did. But yeah, so if anybody has any questions, let me know. We just went over a lot, honestly. We went over SPY, IWM, kind of in depth on how to actually trade them, what we're looking for. Waiting for Open to post SPX to everybody in the premium chat. And then we went over a couple setups like Tesla and Boeing specifically. But we went over a bunch of stuff, honestly. And then a bunch of daily setups down here. So we went over a lot. Just make sure to either go back and stream or ask or whatever. I don't mind going over it again. The market's not even open yet. Also, Tobias is posting in his channel. Very cool of him. Sometimes he goes on a schizophrenic rant, and you're like, wow, some of this makes sense, some of this doesn't. But also, he does some really cool posts, like this morning, where he just kind of goes over what's going on. I like his Outlook post. Your macro posts are definitely my favorite though. I think your macro posts, like whenever you post like your bigger time frame charts, I think I like those the most. And that's honestly how you joined our chat. I remember we had like a free channel at one point. I don't even know what it was called, but I think it was just literally called free channel or something. And it was during like or it was after COVID. I forgot what it was, but we had some lows happen. I remember he called out like us rejecting and falling more or something. And then you and your brother like posted it. I always thought that was kind of historic. That's a pretty historic way to enter like a new Discord chat. Like, what's up, guys? Me and my brother just caught this fat ass move. Good morning, Elisa. Good to see you. Did not realize hymns be hymning. Oh, hymns is hymning, dude. Hymns is hymning. I knew it was hymning because the entirety of the Discord chat was memeing it. Well, maybe not the entirety of it, but there's a good amount of hymns memes. Honestly, ever since I'm a hymns myself, I haven't forgotten it. Because it do be hymning. Indubitably. And yeah, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Make sure to drop a like on the YouTube stream if you're in there. Share it around. If you're in Discord, just say hi. We'll type it. If you just say it, I won't hear it. That'll be a little weird. You're just talking to yourself. Like I am right now. But yeah, does anybody have any questions on any of the setups that we went over or anything market-wise? If you're in the Discord, be sure to check the trade floor. Scroll up just a little bit. I already posted a little bit of market news for this morning. It's nothing really crazy. It's just something to think about. But yeah, market should be open in 10.5 minutes. Also, if you're in the YouTube stream, if you go back a little bit, if you don't, I mean, you can also just re-ask, but if you go back in the stream, we also went over a ton of daily chart setups, just interesting setups, not even for just options trading. Some of them just kind of thinking about for like a long-term investment. Good morning, Adam. Good to see you. 10-year above 4.5, it could influence the market again. I was just reading Tobias' channel. Good morning, Benny. I might take an AMD swing up. I mean, how many times can you disappoint everyone? I don't know, man. AMD can AMD can impress you. The levels of disappointment are pretty in depth on that one. It all stems back to that attention thing, man. I swear. Like, oh, it's not NVIDIA, so it doesn't get as, like, whenever semis bounce, it probably doesn't bounce as well as, like, NVIDIA would or something, you know? So its moves aren't as attractive. It's a sad reality, man. It's also a sad reality for, like, you could like exactly compare that to like low beta stocks that are compared to SPY. Like if something has a low beta compared to SPY, it's because it doesn't move well with SPY. So like if SPY goes up 1%, that doesn't mean that stock had to go up 1%. But there are stocks that are very in like very high beta, or I don't know how you word that, if it's high or low beta, but it's whatever's closer to zero. And then if that does, then that's a stock that, like, let's say SPY does have a 1% day, then that stock will have a 0.99% or 1.01% day. It'll have a day that's really close to 1%. Maybe not that close, but pretty close. And the price action will be pretty close to it. So that's a cool little. I don't even know if you call that an instrument. It's just a statistic about a stock. But pretty cool. But that's what that reminds me of. UNH with the doji on the daily, not yet. Yeah, I mean it depends. I like that it's really close to 400. I'll be honest with you. I think it's like a potentially good impulse buy here. But I also won't be shocked if it does go lower. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, how could it go lower? Like that's not gonna shock. That's not gonna surprise me. I don't think anybody would be shocked if that chart went lower. But I do think 400 is a pretty crazy spot for it to be at right now. So if we do get any bounces in the healthcare kind of side of the market, then I do expect UNH to be a very, very attractive play. mRNA is interesting, but I'm actually glad you brought up the other chart instead, because I just don't like Moderna. I'll be honest with you, but I'm glad you brought up that other setup. J&J, I believe it was. I think JD looks good. It just kind of sucks they have earnings soon. I also just don't like JD's sector. Target, honestly, I think Target and Nike and UPS. I think those are three super slept-on setups. All three of those. Target, Nike, UPS. Nike probably not as much as the other two, but definitely those three. And then Tesla, Boeing for day trade setups. I think those are really good today. Boeing is pretty much good for downside as long as it's under 184.40. I have to switch to the chart to remember it. Tesla's a different story. Tesla looks pretty good for downside as long as under that area that's highlighted, and it's already breaking at pre-market. It's hard to even be like, watch for breaks at pre-market low, because it's like within 50 cents of its pre-market low. So I don't want to be the, no shit Sherlock kind of guy. Also, the 50% lines up with the previous day close, which is crazy. Kind of sucks it didn't open up here. If it opened up here, I think we would have gotten a lot easier of a trade here. Now it's it's a little too obvious right here. That's what SPY feels like too. It feels like it's just too obvious for it to go down more. So it feels like it probably will get a bounce first. And if it does break this and retake this, that'll be cool. I'd actually prefer that. If we do get a break, I want to see a midterm retest. I don't want to just take a 40%. Just because we're already down. But let me know, everybody. Does that make sense? Are we all on the same page? Hopefully the market treats us well today. 4 minutes before market open. We've gone over a lot in the almost 34 minutes this stream has been going. We're keeping Moderna on timeout till summer. Yeah, I really don't blame you. My man Sherman probably on it too, like a hawk. Yeah, no, Sherman is a hawk. He'll just randomly pop up and he'll post like the best daily setup that's around the market for that week. It's funny. I always make sure to like add whatever tickers he's looking at too whenever I see him mention anything. It's like Leland. Like him and Leland are like pretty similar. Like, are they going to be around here 24/7 always typing? No. Like, who the fuck would do that? But when they do show up, is it impactful? Yes. It's very impactful. Yeah, good morning, good morning. 3 minutes, 3 minutes. Damn, Tobias is going ham in his channel. I just realized I have to repost this. And then this one. All right. We back. What's up, Carter? Good to see you, man. Good morning, good people. Not all of them are good in there, man. Some of them are a little crazy. Some of them are a little cuckoo. Alright, we'll go to this chart now that this is finally about to open. What the hell was that? Oh, there we go. That, and default, and that. No, wait. I really gotta fix all this. Maybe I don't need it on here. Good morning and happy Make Money Monday. He's literally got a saying for every day. Whoa. Oh. That freaked me out for a second. Whoops. Just one big ass candle. Alright, we can draw the overnight gap fib now. So we went from... I really like to draw it all in 1 minute, but let's do it. It's the same thing. So from previous day close, which is Friday's close, to today's open. And then you just get your price level tool. You add 564.59. And then you can delete this if you want. But personally, lately, I've been kind of abusing these fib extensions. So, like in stream, I was like, we should use 559.50 as a target. But it looks like I was actually off $1. So it is good to mark them. So I'm going to mark all three. We'll dot them, and then we will... Actually, we'll just do it now. Remove the fib extension, because I don't want to have all that extra stuff on there. But this at least reminds us, oh yeah, these were fib extensions. And then, what was the halfway point? Was it this? Yeah. This we will make orange. And honestly, we should probably make this one orange too. No, we don't have to. Yeah, so basically looking droopy. We're already bearish. We're just looking for more lows. Honestly, any good rejections that pop up are just a really good early entry before the break of the pre-market low. We're not getting any retest of this right now, but if you do, and any rejection of this, that's a better risk-reward short than anything. Not as much so here. But, yeah. But good morning, everybody. Hopefully the game plans are set. Everybody understands what we're looking for. I'll do my best to update, but yeah. But how was everyone's weekend? What did everyone do, if anything? I even remember to turn my fan low so it's not so insanely deafening in here. Pre-market high is pretty much the 50%. Good looks. Went out of town and golfed with the boys and the wives for a buddy B-day. Damn, that sounds really fun. Nice. Solid weekend, Carter. Kind of shitting on the rest of us here, but nice. Good weekend. Good morning, Charukum. Good to see you. Dead today? I bet. I bet you're drained. That's a good weekend, though. Nice. A little bit of indecisive price action at the open. You could see that on the 5-minute chart. Actually, guys, I'm honestly tired of looking at the pre-market crap because it kind of makes the chart look hard to look at. So I'm going to turn all that off because it just really doesn't matter. And we're just going to look at the 5-minute with some nice, clean, black backgrounds because it's just really easy to look at. See what I mean? Remember, directionally, open is pretty important right now. If we're above it, we're probably a little bit more bullish than bearish. If we're below it, we're a little bit more bearish than bullish. So today's open, very important, but it's still a secondary level in my opinion. The direction really does depend on these two levels here. Do we break them? Do we reject them? What's going on? So we will most likely go up and tap this. If anybody is wondering on short-term direction this morning. We're either going to go smack that area or we will end up breaking the pre-market low, which we have a better level outside of that at 561.60. So we'll watch that instead, not just today's open, just because it's so damn close. And if we get a break of that, we have very obvious targets underneath in case we do just, sell off more. So 2 very obvious plans in front of us. Definitely looking to see if we go up more than going down right now, though, as long as we're above 561.60, in my opinion. Short term. This is all super short term. I'm not sitting here telling you to buy SPY and hold it for, I was going to say 20 years, but that actually probably wouldn't even be that stupid of a strategy. That would actually be pretty smart. Good morning, Chimera. Good to see you. Anybody else who joined and I didn't see you, good morning. Right now we're looking to see if SPY over 561.60 and today's open can go up and smack that orange level, maybe even that top level above the highlighted area. Any drop under 561.60, we're kind of expecting those dotted line levels to get tapped. Those are fib extensions of the gap down from Friday to today. If you guys have any updates or any questions, be sure to ask or just drop them wherever. I'm kind of clicking around and looking at everything. What's up, Lag? Good to see you. If you guys are in the YouTube stream, definitely drop a like. It helps out a ton. Hope you guys are enjoying some of the breakdowns. We went over Tesla, Boeing, SPY, IWM mainly in the pre-market, and a lot of daily time frame setups. And no need to freak out yet. We're only 6 minutes after the open. If you've literally done nothing, you're doing great. And honestly, something for fun that you guys should be doing is like what I just did. Kind of like expectations. Like, let's expect this to happen if this happens. If this happens, I expect this to happen. Setting conditions for the chart. You should be doing this at all times, regardless of trying to actively trade or not. I've always wanted to make a video game on that, but I think it would be super hard to do it. Because I found a game that was pretty close to it, but I saw the math behind it, and it's like, bruh. How are people even that smart? Some people are just insanely smart. A little bit of just settling here at the open, nothing crazy. Again, just kind of remind ourselves, as long as we're over 560, 160 and today's open, kind of expecting us to go up and smack that orange level. Second possibility is the top level of that highlighted area, 560, 540. If we do end up breaking today's open and 560, 160, there is a very good chance we're going to go tap at least that first dotted line. Second dotted line could be kind of an extension of that. A secondary target if we do end up falling more. Good morning, Keith. Anybody else who joined, good morning. Just getting a screenshot for the trade floor. Like I said, if you guys have any questions about any of the game plans or anything I've been going over, feel free to ask. We just went over SPY like 5 times over. In that time, let's go check IWM real quick. Oh, wow, they got a nice bounce off 198. This was kind of our first initial pivot points. We'll see if they do get any continuation from that or anything above 199.70, but I'm not really looking to actively trade IWM today, but I thought the levels were super, super clean, so I made sure to post it today. And then we got to make sure to also remind ourselves to check Tesla and Boeing, because I'm kind of expecting Tesla to drop a little bit. Yeah, it already happened. Kind of expecting them to drop a little bit towards that 280. We'll see if it gets worse under 280, which it definitely can. This is kind of based on the daily time frame, and then we added a couple levels to the smaller time frame. But we're expecting them, if they get a lower open, to go down to at least the halfway point of this gap, or this level here, because it's kind of like the meat of this low. So it's kind of using the daily time frame to help ourselves look at the smaller time frame and be a little bit more directionally biased without making shit up, if that makes sense. But does that make sense, everybody? Now, it kind of sucks that it happened in the first 2 literal candles of the day, but it's just a good thing to look at. So it's a good setup. Make sure you're looking at your dailies, moving down to your smaller time frames. But still, a good setup. Could be looking at more directional selling under 280. Especially if SPY, be insane timing too. If you see like SPY and the market start to break lower, and it just kind of adds on to that setup. So also okay if they end up holding at the same time. I don't want to sound like just a bear. And then Boeing, same thing. Boeing was kind of in the same seat. I'm kind of glad it's going up because I can show you guys what's not supposed to happen. Tesla, very easy to see. It just dropped, right? It had the lower open. It followed suit, right? What did this do, though? It had a lower open, and it didn't drop. It invalidated pretty instantly. So what was kind of an invalidating point for us? And we went over it like 500 times in the stream. Actually, it invalidated literally... Let's go to the 1 minute because I got to see this. It did... Never mind. Didn't even give you a chance. So you should never even have been bearish on that. But our invalidation was 184.40. So if we had got any continuation under this level or any like retake and then loss of this again and any kind of retest or just drop of that level again for a second time, that would definitely make us way more bearish on this chart. So what does the opposite tell you when you see a retake of this? It's the same exact conversation as a 90% entry, a liquidity grab. It's just a retake. It's a really good sign for buyers short term. And I'm not even trying to sit here and be like, you should be acting on this and buying call options to sell 5 minutes later on this. No, it's good to know that because in this example, yes, it's only like $1.20. In other examples, that might be a $10 move. So it's good to know that. Good to start from your daily time frame, move down to your smaller time frame. But hopefully that makes sense. I'm not just talking out of my ass there. Let's go back to SPY real quick because I want to see what it's doing. I see on the 1 minute we dropped and are trying to go back up again. And this is why I kind of set that second parameter for myself. I don't want to just be like bullish above this, bearish below that. This is why I'm also kind of setting that second condition for myself. Like, let's watch this as well. Let's not just watch one or the other. Let's watch both. Same thing up here. if we go up and we hit something, I'm not just watching one thing, I'm watching two. Kind of funny that these are both midpoints, but it's whatever. Yeah, how's everybody in stream so far? We're only 12 minutes after the open, but we've already been streaming for about 45 minutes or so. Good to see you all in the stream. Be sure to like the stream if you're on the YouTube part. If you're in Discord, good morning. I'm not gonna lie, not horrible movement across some of the individual equities that we just went over, but SPY is definitely having a hard time making its decision very early on. What's up, Kaizen? Good to see you. I keep looking over right here and I'm like, damn, -7. What the hell is this? And I'm like, oh, it's Tesla. Such a normal thing for them. Just nonchalantly moving $7. I'm glad we went over retakes as well already in this stream, because if we see it here on SPY, it'd be perfect timing. I'll look like a wizard. Also cool that we set 2 areas here and it's actually working out. Because if you would have been trying to long and short this, you'd have already lost 2-3 trades. Still kind of in the confidence that this tries to go up to smack that orange level. Still haven't seen the drop of 560, 160, so I still have that confidence that we do go up and smack that orange level at least. But we can definitely get some better confirmation now that we have more context here. What is that context? We have a high right here. So if I get over that high, that's a good sign. It's also a good sign we're back over today's open, and this candle, it took it quickly. Also possibility, because if what if we don't go back over that? Well, then it tells me I still need to be looking at 560, 160. It's not over yet. All good, lag. TMI, but all good. Our levels are only off by 1 cent then. I have mine at 565.38. That might not even, I don't even think I drew that for PDCP. I think it just lined up near it, and then I was like, I'm just going to leave it. Why am I on the 1 minute on both charts? What am I doing? So let's go to the low, to the high. Let's see where it is. Yeah, 565.38. This one is the gap down, halfway point. Just so you're not confused on that. I just didn't want to color them both orange, but maybe I should. Man's got a secret power. Yeah, honestly, still looking to see this go up. It definitely gets bloody if we break this level, though. I mean, it's already bloody. We're already down, but you know what I mean. It gets worse. So kind of looking to see what kind of price action pops up between this to see if we get an early story or what. Because right now, it's not looking too great. I'll be honest. I was liking this. I was liking this. I'm not even really hating the 1 minute. It's just the amount of time that's gone by. We're already almost at 9. And we're still not really going anywhere. So that leads me to believe we probably will just fall out of the floor. Also, the price action's not really crazy. Nothing's really screaming at us yet. We're just kind of like going up and down. It's not really anything for just one side yet. We'll see, though. Kind of looking at the left here to see if anything's up or down a lot. So you can see Apple is down a lot compared to most. Amazon's down a pretty good amount. Berkshire's down. Tesla's down. Actually, Berkshire's down a lot. And ExxonMobil, We already said Tesla. Everything else is pretty small ranges here still. Seeing the XLs too. I don't see anything kind of moving crazily. Actually, I say that XLY is in a pretty crazy spot. This is the Tesla, Amazon, Nike, McDonald's, Home Depot sector. Very, very important sector. Healthcare, you can see they're kind of rejecting on a lower high. Banks are just falling through the low. Is tech the only thing really trying to hold us up? Oh no, comms are trying. Comms are trying their ass off. This is your Meta, your Netflix. Industrials, I don't even know why I honestly have that on. Staples, very, very important. You can see this is actually falling, so there's no flight to safety happening. I always like to look at that too, because on a down day on SPY, if you see Staples going up, it could be seen as a healthy day. But if they're both falling, it's like, fuck, is this actually worse than I think it is? Because there's no flight to safety. There's nothing being bought. Well, actually, I say that, but Microsoft's actually doing great. That's actually probably why tech's doing okay. Even with Apple's damage this morning. You can see Apple's still making new lows. Microsoft's holding us. For tech, that is at least. This chart should look a hell of a lot worse, but it doesn't because of Microsoft. I'd have to look and see if Microsoft weighs more than Apple again, but I'm really not sure. Pretty sure Apple's still above them again. Still no break of 561.60, so still nothing to be scared of yet on SPY price action, as we've gone over 100 times here in stream. Still looking for that break of 561.60. Everything else kind of tells us that we should go up and smack that orange level until then. Or also, if we see any like early bearish price action here, like if this rejects here under the today's open, which we can actually add a real level here now. That would be a good. Whoa. Oh, it still did it. That would be a good early sign that yes, it's trying to break this level. So if you get something early in between here, that's a good sign. But we don't have anything super crazy yet. That 5-minute too, I would definitely keep your eye on that 5-minute. Haven't really done anything significant yet. You know, we dropped, yes, but that also whipped back up on the 5-minute. So if you produce a second green candle here, that's screaming, hey, let's go up. So potential last chance higher low here. Worst thing happened to you this weekend? Chipotle shrank. Wait, Chipotle shrank their bowls? Huh? Is that a real thing? Is this tinfoil hat or is this real? If real, that's crazy of Chipotle. That's reaching by a lot. That's the worst thing that happened to you this weekend is Chipotle shrinking their bowls. So that's the worst. Sounds like you had a good weekend then. We have FOMC this week too. Yep. I didn't want to break the news. I don't like to say those words in here anymore. I think it puts people in like a negative mood when they should just be focused on what the hell's in front of them. We got to see a statistic on that. We need one of our nerds on that. On how many weeks do we open lower or higher on the week of FOMC that next week? I want to know. I bet more weeks we open lower than higher. First world problems, yeah. Some people want access to water, and you're over here complaining about a bowl shrinking. No, you're good, Alexis. Thank you. You're good. And good morning, anybody who joined in the voice chats just recently. Good morning. Aloha. And we are getting a breakdown under the 562.55. That's today's open. Still no break of 561.60, but seeing some early struggle finally here on the 1 minute. It's starting to be displayed here on the 5 minute finally. No continuation under that level yet, but that's the first real struggle I think we've started to see under today's open. This isn't really anything. This really isn't much either. But seeing this pop up, we're finally seeing something struggle. 5 minute, of course, nothing's happening. No continuation up like we thought into the orange level yet. Really thought that would happen a little bit earlier in the morning before 9. It did not happen, though. No way they do 2 retakes of today's open, right? Oh, we need to go check on the other setups too. Shit. IWM, we're trying to see if 198's crack. If that does, really good test of that. If that breaks, it can get a lot worse. So this kind of picks up momentum if that breaks as well. The story behind that one. Tesla, we were looking for just selling this morning. If you go back into the stream, I promise you, all I talked about was if this breaks, just look for this to fall into 280s. If 280s breaks, look for it to get worse. Boeing, it just kind of sucked this happened all in the first 2 candles, so I'd not blame anybody for not taking it. Just going over what's happened. Boeing, same exact setup, opposite result. No rejections of 184.40, so no validation of yes, sellers want to continue down. No real price action around 185 yet. So there was no sign for us to short this one, whereas Tesla, there was a sign. It's just so early in the day, it's like, what the fuck, do I even get in? No was the correct answer. Should never jump in that early. But you should still be proud of your setups if they validate or if they follow through. It's like, still good for you. It just sucks you didn't make any money on it. PML had a clean bounce, needs to be front runned now. Getting open from here could be bullish. What's up, Tobias? Anything crazy over in Europe land over the weekend? How was it over there? Us Americans are out of touch. Today is Freedom Day. Nice. You're welcome. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Apple broke 200. Good looks, Mike. He said we do Liberation Day without the 15% correction. Okay, shots fired. Shots fired. That's funny. Well, happy Freedom Day. Enjoy your freedom while it lasts. A higher high here, and we could liquidate some bears. Yeah, I agree. If we get over 562.50s. Currently rejecting that. It needs to pop over today's open or 561.60. We're like a last minute decision here. I said no way they give us 2 retakes, and here they are giving us a second potential retake. No break of 561.60 yet, as ugly as it's gotten, and the fact we have not broken that yet, kind of impressive. Give us the pop of 563.20 already. Looking better, not gonna lie. Looking better than it did over here. Because if you would try to trade this, look how much shit you would have got caught into. It still could not be much better over here. We don't know yet. We don't know the future. If I did, I think I'd tell you. You look into the future and you see the next down 10% day and you're like, that's the day I'm doing it. If you could tell the future, you'd be more rich than Musk by trading Tesla. I'll be honest. I've thought about this a lot. I don't even know if I would be rich if I could see the future. I would just like find like the means that I need, and that's all I would do. I don't think I'd like press it any more forward. I mean, maybe a little bit, but not like I'm not trying to become like a top 10 Forbes list kind of guy. I can time travel. I'm not trying to get caught, you know. I mean, you don't need $1 billion to be happy. $500 million though. Now we're talking. Finally getting a little bit of a move up. As ugly as it got, guys, we still never got the break of 561.60. 10 cents away. We are getting a slight close over 563.20. We'll see if we get any continuation. Already a really good move though so far, so I wouldn't even mind if they chilled out for just 1 minute. But 564.60 looks like a very ideal target for the day. See if we get at least that. 565.40 can be a good secondary target. If this does get ugly at any point, rejections of not just this high right here, but today's open again, then of course we'll keep our eye on 561.60 for any kind of continuation of that potential ugliness. Because again, we did gap down, so it's not crazy to think we can't just go down. But higher probability situation says we at least hit 564.60 and then reject. But we'll see what we do when we get there. I'm not trying to sit here and call out the future. I'm just pointing out conditions. But today, honestly, a really easy day to follow so far wise price action. If you've been looking at the 5 minute, that 1 minute's been a little wild. I'm glad we got the continuation down on Tesla at least. It sucks it happened so quickly, but I'm glad to see one of my pre-market setups working out very well. Boeing, nothing crazy yet, but that's okay. I didn't really have a long setup for that, so it's totally fine. I even make sure to mention that because I didn't want to go long just because it wasn't bearish anymore. I don't see any other bigger charts here moving. It looked like some of the selling stopped on some of the ones that were going down a lot. Like Berkshire, that was down a lot more. They've already pulled up a little bit, but not a crazy amount. Amazon was definitely worse. A few of them slowed up. I think some of the selling just stopped. I don't know if it was all buying, but either way, it's good for the market. 9 o'clock's finally here. Looks like some news dropped because we're moving like news just dropped. Don't freak out. Don't jump around. You don't need to go and check on every little thing. Price action was already telling us that we should most likely be going up. Don't sit here and be like, oh, the news fucked me. I'm not here to talk about the news. You want to talk about the news, go to Twitter. It looks like it was the services PMI, for anybody who is actually just straight up wondering. Services PMI final and the just normal PMI. I think that's all the news for today, though. There's a lot of Trump stuff, though. At noon, he's delivering a sports announcement, whatever the F that means. He's signing an executive order at 2, so it's an hour before the close. 30 minutes before the close, he'll be welcoming home a returned citizen. And then hours after the close, he'll be speaking at a MAGA event, whatever the F that means. So there's a few things there, kind of gray zone for me. Getting the move up. Looks like the news isn't doing anything crazy. Investors are concerned about the impact of Trump's trade war on the economy and corporate earnings. Sorry, I completely misread that. Leading to a halt in historic stock market rally. Because, yeah, we haven't had a market like this since, I think they said 2006 or 7 or 8. It was one of the three. I think it was 6. Holy crap, a lot of news just came out. Reba McEntire, I somehow saw that name get thrown in there. Netflix suffers a $20 billion loss as Trump wields 100% movie tariffs. What the fuck does that mean? Wait, there's movie tariffs? Brother, what? The streaming service had been previously hailed by Wall Street as a predictable stock amid Trump's tariffs. Oh, God. Bro, y'all know how much money's about to be lost on Netflix? If that's true. What even is a movie tariff? That's just a crazy term, bro. Whoever made that one up is insane. VIX is dropping. Good looks, good looks. I can't scroll down in the chat and read for some reason. Just a little 10 billion so I can move some weight. That's insane, dude. 10 billion's a lot of money. You might not even need 1 billion, I'm telling you. 10 billion is a lot. Good morning, good morning. Yep, good move up. Data came out. We were kind of already expecting a move up, but the news definitely helping that out the past couple minutes here. We got one reaction. We've slowed down. Nothing crazy yet. Again, remember, guys, we have gapped down overnight or over weekend, I should say, and we are still under the 50% area. That's those two orange levels. The top one is the previous day halfway point. The second lower one at 564.60 is the overnight gap halfway point. So we're kind of watching that as a pivot point area. Kind of expected to go up and get close to it. Talked about getting a rejection of this. We'll see if we get any new lows under 561.60 at all today. But if that does happen, that will most likely lead to a lot bloodier of a day. Just because we're already down at, I think, around 1% at that low. Good shit, Tobias. Good scalp on that way up. Yeah, good job, man. That was nice. And you were kind of posting a bunch in chat as well. Good stuff. Looks like username got an AMD scalp. Damn, I didn't even see that AMD did that. Nice. It's always a good feeling when someone gets a scalp in chat. Good shit, username, and good shit, Tobias. Your name is Tobias now. And welcome everybody in stream. Sorry, I didn't even realize we had so many people in here. Welcome. Drop a like on the stream if you're in here. Hopefully some of the updates have been helpful. I've been very thorough and deep in detail on where we're going when something happens. Setting conditions for ourselves, not really trying to be bearish or bullish, just kind of setting conditions for ourselves and then taking trades when we see fit. So far, we've kind of just been expecting to go up to hit near close to that orange level, that lower one, or break under 561.60. We actually got that first scenario so far, but not crazy price action. Again, nothing really to write home about. Gone up, got close to hitting it. We're still holding above today's open, so we're still kind of weighing our odds that we still do want to try to move up and hit this level a little bit more directly, as long as we're above this level. But if it gets ugly, that's a definitely early sign that we definitely want to move down, and then the follow-through under 561.60 would be what leads to us getting more blood on the chart. So got two conditions set here for the chart right now. IWM, kind of the same story, different numbers though. 190, the low 198s is very pivotal for them, so I would definitely keep an eye on that. Got the halfway point at 199.70, just about. Talked about Tesla and Boeing pretty heavily today. If anybody has any questions on other setups, let me know. Damn, Boeing's doing good actually. They're still going. Maybe we should have set an upside target for that one. Tesla did retake that 280. That was the kind of initial target we expected to hit going down. Kind of sucks again that it happened in the first literal 10 minutes of the day. Retaking this, if we see any good upside in the market, this could be a good upside chart to watch. So hold of 280 if the market's holding and moving up as well above today's open. That could be a good setup. If not, definitely just kind of expecting more selling of course, the obvious. Apple not helping the market out. I was earlier defending them because Microsoft was helping out, but they're even flipping red again. So not a good sign by a lot of the bigger weights in the market. You can see here on your weights here on this left side on the XLs. Tech, this is really one of the few charts that are up, and it's not looking too great right now. Still holding above 215.50s. I'd say that's a really good kind of early trigger under today's open. Definitely a good second trigger for the XLK chart. That's, again, more of your pure blood tech. It's not going to be like a mix of other stuff like triple Q. It's going to actually just have tech in it. A lot of people think that that's just tech on triple Q, which it is mostly, but not entirely. Comms and industrials are doing great, I won't lie. Kind of sucks the rest of the market's not looking like them and helping us out move towards that halfway point. But I would like to add we haven't broken today's open again. And we're still above 560, 160. So buyers still have really good potential here as long as those two conditions are still set. Yeah, let me know if you guys have any other updates or any questions or anything else to add. If there's any weights I'm maybe not looking at, let me know. Tariffs on foreign films to revive the U.S. market according to him. What the hell does that have to do with Netflix, though? Half the movies on there are not from foreign countries. I just don't understand movie tariffs. I think that's a crazy thing. Like, this isn't World War II and we're like fighting for the cinema. You know, it's not we're not in the 1940s anymore. We're in 2025. I think that's a little wild. Movie tariffs. Like, let's be honest. Say that out loud and try not to get confused. Confused by how stupid it sounds. People did say that's going to be... Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, too. Like, how on earth would you even begin to enforce that? Like, that's not even a Republican versus Democrat thing, either. If anyone in here thinks that, you're crazy. I'm sorry, movie tariffs are crazy. I don't think any side should be enforcing that. Red or blue, bro. I don't even care. That's just insane. Movie tariffs? Bro, leave our movies alone. Let us enjoy our movie. I already have to pay all these subscriptions. Now I got to worry about tariffs, too? Fuck. They really want the average American to be in the negative. It's crazy. I know people who have entirely given up on subscriptions and all that stuff, too, just because of it. Why is Trump helping Hollywood? Oh, yeah, I don't even know who that helps, to be honest. Like, where does that money go? That's another great question. Where does this movie tariff money go? Does it go towards reinvestment of more movies? Probably not. So does it help? Probably not. Like, that's my question. It's like, can we just quit fucking with all this stuff? Just leave it alone. Netflix already costs too much. HBO costs too much. All this stuff costs too much. I think we all agree. And even like the corporate of these companies have literally agreed with the consumer now. They have literally said, yes, this stuff is expensive, including our ad programs. That was the whole point of some of the ads coming out, too, is they were like, we want to bring down prices of subscriptions because of this and that, but we want to include ads so we can actually make revenue in substitute of that, blah, 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 and maybe even make a profit. And now they're like doubling down on both. And now you're telling me there's a movie tariff? That's like, I don't know. That's crazy. Yeah, and video games too. Video games are raising their prices. Everything's are going up again. The game price used to be 50, now they're 60. They're going to 70 and 80. Like, it's just kind of crazy now. Yeah, exactly. Consumers are going to feel that more than anybody. Netflix doesn't care. I mean, I'm sure they care, but they're not going to feel it as much as the consumer will. I think that's why it gets under my skin, because it's like, I'm going to feel it. You're going to feel it. It's like, what the hell? When in reality, we're just logging on so we can watch some Breaking Bad or something, you know? It's like, doesn't need to be that deep. Yeah, Netflix stock, they don't care. Yeah. They're making new highs every other day. This is the first red day they've seen in a while. Or wait, are they up again today? No, they're red. Okay. I was going to say. So yeah, guys, what are we expecting based on everything we've been covering here? Kind of expecting more upside into this orange level. No ugly price action popped up to kind of give us that early context on, yes, we are trying to break 560, 160. If anything, I've just seen context saying that we should go up. This was the only real ugly candle, and that was, of course, the news candle, so kind of discrediting itself. Has anybody been lost on the direction or my directional updates for where we're trying to go based on something? Is anybody lost on that? We're all good. Give me some thumbs up if we are good. Just making sure, because we got a lot of people in here. I'm not seeing a lot of people reply, so I'm just making sure. I don't want to be lost. I don't want anyone to be lost. Yeah, consumers are going to be feeling it from a lot of different directions. Not even just right now, but in the future as well. Not looking too good for us. Good updates in the trade floor, Tobias and Mike. Oh, and username. Sorry. I'm literally staring at your chart. I don't know why I read Mike when I looked at that. Slipping onto previous day MCP. Good luck. Sideways is a direction. It is a direction. Oh, my bad, Shurikam. Oh, wait, are you the person who replied to me on YouTube as well? Or there are many movies from Asia like content from India, etc. Terrorists, well, you know what doesn't make sense to me though, is that India is one of our top allies. Why are we even mentioning movie tariffs with an ally? That's what I don't get. Like, that doesn't make sense either. Also, this sucks because I was just bragging about how good cinema is getting in Asia too. I was just bragging on how there's like a couple movies here and there, a couple shows here and there that come out that like are subtitled and are even watchable to an American. Like, it's actually like some good stuff coming out of there too. This is horrible timing for like movies and shows and stuff, in my opinion. I was literally just bragging about how many different like Asian shows I've watched recently that were like super super good. A lot of them are like they're really into zombies these past few years. I mean, so were we, but they're like 3 years late or 5 years late. But they're making tons of stuff over there, and that's just Asia. I'm not even talking about every country in the world. I'm sure others are getting all right. I don't know what movies Kim Jong-un makes. Can't buy a W. Like the pullback and hold. Wait, so he entered here and then he exited here? I don't really know what to say to that one. I think you're just too loose on or too tight on your stop block. Cause like when I look at this, I'm like, I see this break this level. I need to see something else happen. This isn't enough. This fell, this rose. It's like, all right, this is looking a little better now. Kind of sucks that candle appeared right after, but I don't see why you're. I don't know. I don't want to be critical of your trade. Looks like we're going to get a really slow, ugly grind up, though. Not an attractive move up for sure. Would have definitely liked a little bit cleaner of a move, but we didn't get that. News candle, horrible timing. Still directionally right on where we're going. It's just horrible timing if you're actually trying to trade this. We'll see if it frees up a little bit, though, now that we're a little bit more behind that news and there's not as much news today. Should get a little bit more clean. Thought my 1 minute chart froze for a second. Yeah, if you guys have any questions or updates or anything, feel free to let us know. I'm kind of clicking between all the different chats, just kind of looking around. See what you guys are saying. You just got a horror fill? That's funny. A horror film of a fill? Nope, the classic PML bounce, a BB Room classic, not confused. Thank you, Nomley. I'm glad to see someone's killing it or kicking around and enjoying some of it. I'm hooked on Black Mirror new season on Netflix too. I haven't watched it yet, but I have heard the new season is. I mean, I'm kind of expecting it to be like 10 out of 10 to be honest, because they pretty much never do like second episodes to anything, and they did one, so it's got to be really good. There's no way it isn't. What's up, Deuce? Wait, were you the one who posted that trade? This is 1 second chart. I don't know. It could go anywhere. I can't help you on a 1 second chart. That's just crazy. Deuce, if you are the... Wait, let me just confirm if that was you. It was you. The only thing I was mentioning about your trade... Why can't I open this up? Oh, here it is. They just moved the button. Hold up. So you entered here, right? And I get what you're going for, but like if we get a break of this level, right? Because we're kind of looking at this high, and I'm glad you have it marked, because I have it marked too, the high right here. 1 second. What I was gonna say is like we got a break of that, right? So I need to see a little bit more if I'm gonna be getting into this, right? So I just think your entry was a little bit early. But this is kind of a crazy candle. That sucks that happened right after. I just think your entry was early. Because we literally just got a break of that. So why are we looking for it to hold already? Like, I get that we see the W. I'm not even saying that you're directionally wrong for thinking we should go. I still believe you're right. You are right, actually. If you look at the chart, you are right. We did go back up. And that's kind of what I've been going over in stream. So it's not like you're, like, lost or anything. I just think your actual entry was a little early. Also, a little too tight. Like, if you're entering here, but we're directionally bullish above this, why are you exiting so quickly? Like, I'm not saying you should expect a green candle to do this right after it, but I just think you also exited too early. If you're going to enter something like this, understanding that we literally just broke that level, understanding we have a little bit of room underneath before it really does get more bloody, I just think you need to give yourself more room to hold that trade as well. If you are going to do something like that. Like, you can't enter here and expect this to be your stop loss. That's just way too tight, right? So it breaking that, going down here to the next area. Yeah, this is kind of where we're expecting it to hold, right? This is like our last chance hold. So you're not really... It's like you weren't aware of, like, what room you had under you. I mean, you clearly were aware, though, because you had it marked. I don't know. A couple of things to think about on that. It was, like, early on both sides of it, really. But you had good understanding on direction, though. It's not like you're lost. I don't know. I'm not trying to sit here and do the after-the-fact talk, because it's really easy to say that. But that's kind of what stopped me from touching it, though, is like the news came out, and this was really the only ugly candle. So, yes, and you can hear me, too, in the stream. The whole time I've been saying, let's go up and hit this orange level. But at the other end of it, too, I haven't really seen anything that's like, oh, let me get in right here. Like, unless you're entering like this candle or any of these candles here for a quick pop for a small scalp, like, sure, that's great, but it's not that great. It's very minimalistic here is what I'm getting at. It's not like that great of room here. Also, we kind of mentioned it in stream too. We were looking for a bit of a cleaner move than that to get to this level. The fact that that hasn't happened makes me want to not touch this. So do I believe we will go up and hit this? Yes. Is it actionable? Should I be looking to trade it eh. And you can hear that in my tone the whole time. I haven't once been like, let's jump on this, guys. I'm not trying to say you should rely on me. I'm just saying. But I don't know. You can see you're not lost, though. It's not like you're just randomly entering. I can see you're not lost. And you have really good levels marked. You can see it spaced out. Just be more spatially aware. I think that's the one piece of I'm not even going to say advice. It's just the one thing I would say. Just being more aware of what space is around you and what is what. Right? Because you know you knew that was like the base of that area. I could see it on your chart. I know that you know it. So use what's on your screen more. I still don't like the look of this, to be honest with you. Like, even if this is a higher low at 563.20, it's still not that great looking. I still see this as a gap down with a very slight subtle move up that goes into the halfway point that's just looking to reject and move back down again. Do we get the continuation under this level? That's the question, because this can lead to a really, really big red day. Whereas us just rejecting and stopping between here isn't really that significant. It's just kind of like, you know? So that's kind of the scenario in front of us right now. And if we do get a pop over 564.60, that lower orange level, we still have a very close target for a secondary move up. If we end up getting a crack of 564.60, it's a very close level right above it. It's not like it's that great. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. And thank you for posting that, Deuce. It's not always easy to post something that like we went in on and then lost on. It's so easy to just be like, fuck it, and just not post it, forget it, move on, ignore it. You know, it's so easy to do that. Just dust it under the rug. So good on you for actually posting it and being bigger than just your ego. You know, posting that you lost and wanting to know why. So thank you, Deuce, for that as well. It's insane how many people will do that. So thank you for not following that. TTD coming back alive. Good looks, Mike. I feel like I haven't heard that name in forever. WW penny stock is up 22%. Added again. Jesus. UPS wicked at 95. It's like it went down to fill that gap, or mostly fill that gap, and now it's like, all right, time to go back up. This is crazy how that's under 100. Same for Target. I still am baffled by these two being under 100. When I saw Mike mention this at like 90 something, I was like, huh? That doesn't make sense. Nike as well. Like, I understand this is a discretionary stock, so it's not going to do as great when we're not doing great. The economy as well. But to be under 60 a share, come on. That's crazy. For Nike, those are three, in my opinion, that are like pretty obvious, like dollar cost average buys. Like, I wouldn't dump all of your money on them right now, but you could definitely start to slowly add to it over time. Therefore, if we do go down more, because again, the economy is not sitting in a great spot. Tesla ended up cracking under 280. That daily time frame setup that we went over this morning in the pre-market prep, working out very well. We were directionally correct on Tesla going down today. And again, this all ties back to candlestick patterns. If you guys want a free PDF, you can just go to the trade floor. There's a free PDF to the candlestick handbook guide. There's also a video of me just going over them all. I think it's like an hour long. But you can just download the PDF if you want to. You don't have to hear me for an hour straight. But cool breakdowns on it. This is a very ideal setup. Also, I like these a lot because a lot of your more obvious trade, most traders suck because they just go for open range breakouts. But it's really nice when you find trades like this that are in between all the mess, because not everyone's going to be trading it. And if they are, they're not going to be as confident or not as directionally confident as like, okay, this is what it should be doing. Whereas when you're looking at it this way, you can actually break down what it should do and shouldn't do based on certain things, right? So you can set conditions for it, set up more confident game plans, and have an understanding behind it. Not just like, well, this is what Bueller said. No, you actually understand like, well, I've gone over this in this PDF, and it says as long as it goes under this level, it does this, it does that. You know, so it's just kind of nice to go over these things, back test. This is why I say back testing is so important, so you can understand not just level break, but you understand why did it break that level, what context was used before that level break, what context was used after the level break. So very cool, but very, very ideal setup if you ever see any kind of just price action at all. Any lower or higher open, especially on this where it's like red to or green to red, that's a kicker. That's not even just a gap down. That's a lot stronger of a gap down. So very, very cool. Glad to see that work out. If you go back into the pre-market prep, you'll hear we went over Tesla going down today. We talked about Boeing being the exact same setup actually, but you actually got the exact opposite reaction this morning, and you got a very cool invalidation at the very first candle of the day. So we were saying be bearish as long as we were under 184.40. You could see only a slight little hair is under that level. So I don't think anybody would have had any problem being, being able to dodge this one. But it's just cool that you got that invalidation. So you got to see one of the setups work out, and you got to see one not work out, even though they're the exact same setup. So very cool. And yeah, English is hard. I'm having a hard time here. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed that, and I'm glad I did that today, because if we would have just sat here and talked about SPY, I think I would have lost my mind. Oh, yeah, let me know what you guys think. Let me know if you guys have anything else to look at, if any questions or anything else beyond that. It's almost an hour beyond the open. Stream's been going for about an hour and a half. So be sure to drop a like if you're on the YouTube stream. It definitely helps out a ton. Share the stream link around. If you're in Discord, just glad to have you. Typical Monday price action here, gross. That's why you got to find individual equities like I did. I find on days where I think it's not going to be that great, to go look at other things. IWM is almost always my like backup safe haven, but it is definitely nice to find individuals to find, kind of back up and look at. Apple down, by the way, a lot more than what we saw earlier, so that's definitely helping out a little bit of that dip. See, Berk B is still teetering around 6% down. Were XYZ earnings that bad? I'll be honest, I did not even pay attention. Wait, why did I go to the monthly? What the hell am I doing? Must have been. They must have said something like for forward guidance. I'd have to go look. The numbers didn't look that bad. I'd have to go look, because they could be like, yo, just kidding, we're selling our company, we suck. So let me go look for you. Yeah, I don't blame you, honestly. I like XYZ a lot, too. I think XYZ, PayPal, I think these are all good ones to look at as well. PayPal is probably a fourth one, I would say. Outside of Target, Nike, UPS, I would say PayPal is definitely in that conversation. But I definitely say UPS is near the top of that list. Mike definitely found a gem, in my opinion. I think UPS is a super slept-on stock pick. I think it's a great time to be in that. Let's see the XYZ news. Oh, they had a revenue decline. That's what it was. And guidance. They had a reduction in guidance. That's great. Okay, so they made less, and they said they're going to make even less in the next quarter, I think is what happened. Yeah, that's a pretty natural response to that then. You've been stacking UPS? Good looks, good looks. Let's make Mike proud. Shop is still on the market. Nominally. Unless you misspelled something. I'm not sure. Shop is still definitely around, though. They're actually doing a retake before earnings. But yeah, just and that's a good thing. I'm glad Nomley brought that up, by the way. But everybody, just make sure you write that down or something. Any day that you think or are looking at the market, it looks indecisive, or we're not moving too much, or maybe we're just having a mixture of sectors, and that's why you're not seeing anything on SPY. It's good to be looking at individual stocks as well. So don't just look at SPY, don't just look at IWM. Make sure you are zooming out, looking at other setups as well, because you are going to have days like this where this isn't doing shit, but there are plenty of charts moving a lot right now. So I don't want anyone to be looking at just this chart and be like, oh, this is how everything is today. Like, no, that's just how this chart is. You got to remember, SPY is a conglomerate. It's all of these mixed in. So if we have if we have 4 sectors going up, 4 going down, SPY's not going anywhere. But those sectors are all making good directional moves. It's kind of funny too, because if you look at that the second watch list on my screen, it's like a mixture of green and red. Those are the top SPY weights. That's like literally feeding into what I just explained. Very, very interesting though. I didn't even look at that till just now. The mix of green and red is like perfect on that. The numbers are definitely favoring the red though. Of course, we have a lot of lower opens, so that's probably why. Pretty cool though. Haven't touched a thing, just waiting, watching, working. The 3 W's. And good morning, anybody who I didn't see join. Discord or YouTube, good to see you. Today we talked about mostly going up and trying to hit that lower orange level. That was kind of like our first priority to go hit that. Outside of that, we've been looking to see if we could get either that or a break of 561.60. So far, we have almost gotten most of that first scenario finished. We're just kind of getting an excrement of that. We're already an hour after the open, so we're looking to see if we get any continuation of that, or if we're about to just droop back down to the lows near today's open. Like, what's about to happen here? So, just kind of waiting now. We do have a lot of lower highs here on that right side chart to the 1 minute. You can see we have a lot of lower highs lining up finally. So this is kind of indicating early on that we probably are trying to fall back down towards today's open. But just not a lot of movement though. You know, I'm not going to sit here and be like 563.50 to 562.50. That's a huge move, guys. Take profits. You know, I'm not going to sit here and be that guy. Good scalps could be made in between these levels, but I'm not going to sit here and, you know, brag about that or anything. It's not that crazy of a move. Little put scalp there from the fib breakdown to previous day. Oh, nice, Maddie. Nice, nice. I can literally picture that with how you said that. Current ATR is 1445. Today's range is 259. Jesus. Data J, I see you. Truly living up to the name. Potential bearish retest under 563.20s here. Like I said, nothing significant. Very close level underneath. And we only have one simple break of this level. Seems like the first session is going to be slow. I mean, we got good movement up. We're getting sideways movement now. It's only been a little over an hour. So, I don't know. You still have about an hour in this first part of the day. So it's really not GG yet. You know, we still got a lot of time. 60 more minutes. Well, -4. See what we get here, though. Looks like they do want to go down and tap today's open. If we get a break of today's open, that kind of leads you to believe should go down to 561.60 to see if we can even break a new low of day. If we don't even get that scenario though, where we go down and hit 562.50, like what it's doing right now, it's just going to bring more confusion to the chart. 5 minute, I would definitely say, is more important right now. You guys could even combine your charts and just look at like a 10 minute or 15 minute right now, just so you're not too jumpy or too antsy on every little move that happens. Right now, I'm going to sit on both, but You can do that if you're not wanting to just sit here and look at the 5 or 1 minute. You don't want to jump into too many trades or make a decision you wouldn't otherwise make. Very good way of stopping that and avoiding that is just jumping up to a bigger time frame. 10 minute, 15 minute, 20 minute, 30 minute. I don't even care. Whatever you prefer. Market's been going up, but Leland said to be careful, so market's stuck. Yeah. And no, and he's rightfully... I was really happy that he posted that because we've not just gone past one of the lower high breakdowns halfway points. We've gotten past 2 of them. You know, so if we don't just keep going up, don't be surprised, you know, and that's what really our message was before too. You know, when we kept going down, the message was like the opposite of that. It was like, don't be surprised when we just randomly stop, build some base, and go back up. Like, just don't be surprised. Don't be sitting here waiting for some Trump news or tariff news or China. Don't be waiting for that. Watch the price action. The price action has literally been telling us this the whole time. That's why I say too, like, I'm really happy when someone like Sherman or Leland or username or someone else pops up in chat, because like, are they going to be in there 24/7 typing all the time? No. But when they do show up, it's to be impactful. It's to show you something like, hey guys, I believe this is what the market's going to do, or this or that. And they're not showing up so they could be right, so they can, you know, show off there's nothing to do with the ego or anything like that. It's literally just because that's what they believe. That's what the price action is telling them. That's what it's telling us. So definitely take that into account when you see one of those guys go in there and are posting about that. You know, in our chat, it's definitely different. If you guys are not used to that, get out of that broke boy mindset, because if you're in this chat, you need to take into account what people are saying. People in here actually have value behind their breakdowns, behind their words, behind the things that they're breaking down. So actually read what people post. This isn't one of your just your little bullshit stock boy chats where people are calling out left and right and they don't actually know what the fuck they're talking about. People in my chat invest. People in my chat actually know what they're doing. So please read what people are typing. It's pretty insane to me. I'll see like 9 of you be like, yo, I'm bullish. And I'll still see a guy trying to short. And it's like, bro, what are you doing? Do you just like not care what anyone's saying? Is everyone going to be right all the time? No. But it's not like we have 100 people typing at the same time in chat. So to say that also is just full of shit. So just make sure you're paying attention. Just open your eyes. There's a lot of people that just want to help each other out. It is a broke boy mindset. If you think you're smart, you're too smart to read other people's opinions, that's a broke boy mindset. And I'm not talking about Twitter. I'm on that train as well. I think you should just never read Twitter. Or most social medias when trading. I think you should just avoid all of them. If you want to look at them at the end of the day, cool. But I think while you're doing it, definitely avoid that because it will throw you off. But if you're in like a Discord like this where you got just a tight knit, you know, a tight circle group of people, like it's definitely effective. It's definitely nice. Especially when you know who you're talking to or a general idea of who you're talking to. It's definitely helpful. If I see username and Leland and Sherman pop up and they're like, yo guys, I think the market's about to do this or that, like I'm going to take that into account. I'm not going to sit there and ignore it. Never trust someone calling out plays but never shows P&L or charted the move after. No, yeah, it's not even P&L. It's the charting the move after shit. If they're just sitting there and like showing you stuff after and like making the chart look good for what they're trying to talk about, accommodating it to look better for what they're covering, that's an issue. And I've heard so many people complain about that, and other groups that join our chat, they'll be like, man, they're always telling me the after the fact BS. And it's like, yeah, dude, I mean, look who you're trading with. And that's why I hate doing that to you guys too. Like you'll hear me say it almost every time I cover a trade review, just because it feels so shitty when you do it sometimes. Like, oh, well, I think you were early here. And it's like, yeah, well, of course I can say that. I'm in the fucking future. I can see that it's early, right? But in the moment, it's hard to identify that. And that's why in this chat, we cover things with early context. That's why I like to cover context, because you can go over things without making shit up. It's really awesome. You can actually give your friend constructive criticism and they won't feel like a complete ass. And neither will you. It's pretty awesome. Constructive criticism, that actually works. And oh my God, guys, it took over an hour, but we did it. It took over an hour. We finally hit the orange level. Oh, I'm just glad we actually hit the orange level. It would have been a little depressing if this was our high of day on a news candle. I don't think anybody here would be happy with that. Nice. We finally got to move up. Like I said, guys, we just didn't get it in a timely manner. We were right, but not in a timely manner. It's definitely not a great... I mean, from here to the news candle was all right on the 1 minute right here. Nothing on the 5 minute looks great there. Even on the 1 minute over here doesn't look great until right here. So, not really complaining. Still happy with the move. Still happy with the directional call out there. Now we'll see. Do we tap out here? Do we end up getting to that midpoint of the previous day? Because remember, this is the midpoint of the gap down. This is the midpoint of the previous day, Friday. Indicator salespeople always show how good indicator was after the fact, never live. Jesus. Yeah, I don't. It's insane how many people do like the indicator stuff. Me and Leland used to do that for fun. We would make indicators and post them for free just to piss on the people who were making them and selling them. Because someone would literally make like a TTM squeeze indicator and sell it for like $200 to people. And I was like, huh? This is like a strategy anyone could plot. What are you doing? I would like openly be trying to tell people like, yo, don't buy this. Some people would literally defend their like owners so much though that they would literally tell me to F off because I was screwing up with their sales. It's like, brother, those aren't sales, you're scamming people. That'd be like me telling you that like pre-market high, like, yes, is it a part of the BB system and we've gone over it intensively? Yes. Do I own the pre-market high though? No. So if someone adds the pre-market high, can I sit there and be like, hey man, you owe me money, that's mine? No, what the fuck? That's public information. He can add that if he wants to. It's not like I own that, right? No one owns that. Oh wow, you're saying retaking TDO hinted where it was gonna head. Wait, TDO today's open? Where it was gonna head. Where did I see that? Oh, okay. Oh, are you talking about the playlist? Are you glazing my playlist? I will totally accept the glaze on that playlist. Any other playlist? On this playlist, I will accept it. I don't really like glazing, but I will accept it on that playlist because it was that is a playlist of videos that everybody who has access to them needs to watch. So when you join these streams, you're not just waiting for Bueller to say I'm bullish above this or that. Like you can actually hear me cover it and be like, "Oh, okay, well that makes sense." Also, it's also nice to go watch that because it's not like I'm charging anything extra for that. Like I literally just made that and I added it onto everything else that's there because I want my people to be on the same page if they're gonna trade these levels and trade the system. They can trade however they want. I don't control anybody. I barely control myself. Let's be honest here. How's the no music stream so far on YouTube, guys? Is it a little like awkward hearing just me and me alone? Is it music time now? Should I turn music on or are we enjoying the no music? Nobody even said anything about it, so I'm assuming y'all don't even care. Arizona is so weird it was hailing yesterday. I heard about that actually. I heard y'all are getting some hail. That's Arizona though, man. Y'all are like a completely different ecosystem. You don't run on the same time as the rest of us. You just don't care about the same weather as the rest of us. You didn't even notice? Oh. I know sometimes y'all can get some pretty big hail though. I've seen videos. The homeless are evolving like the fungus from The Last of Us. Jesus Christ. I need to watch that new season. I haven't started watching it yet. I think I'll just wait till it finishes and then I'll watch it all. But that first season was really good. I'm assuming the second season's going well. I haven't heard any complaints yet. But what's everyone looking at? Are you guys looking at SPY? Are you guys looking at anything else in particular? Holy okay, I thought that was still selling. I was about to be like, what? Seeing this in the 275, 76 areas, though, kind of crazy. Like, I expected 280, maybe even 270, 750, but the low of down, this is 274.40. Massive move down. I really hope somebody was like looking at that Tesla setup, not even just for trading, just it actually worked out so well that the price action was really nice. I just really like that the daily setup validated too, so you could actually take away from that whole candlestick pattern book. Deuce got another trade here. Let's see here. He said, went in for another trade, waited for confirmation, and trimmed accordingly. Here, I'll pull it up on stream so we can all make fun of you at the same time. Let's see here. I can't judge you on your first trim because I don't know exactly where you did. I know it's just a circle. But I really hope it was near like one of these two highs right here. Just remember, whenever we're going back up, and you do have that recent context, make sure you're using those recent lower highs, or recent highs to give yourself those targets. It looks like you did it, but I'm not 100% sure. You did it 100% here. And then you made this to, I'm assuming, a fib extension target outside of the range. Good job, though. I like this entry a lot because it's very similar to your first trade where you entered here and then you stopped out here, which I still think you could have done better on that. But I'm also happy that you posted it. And then, two, he's posting a second trade where he actually waited, did a really good job, and it actually followed through. It didn't just screw him and fall through the floor again. Really, really good job, not going to lie. I also think you just had more volatile price action over here too, Deuce, thinking on it again, just because, again, that was a little closer to the news. The news literally just happened right here, and then you were trying to trade it. So maybe it just needed time to settle or get its footing again. Just some after-the-fact thoughts right there. But really, really good job on your trade here, guys. What do we rate this trade out of 10, guys? I'd say out of 10, this is like an 8.5. Just because it's a very, very confident dip buy. And you trimmed out multiple times, so that's bonus points for me. Anytime someone trims out, I think that's honestly beautiful. Scales out, sorry. It was at that lower high? Okay, perfect then. Yeah, okay, I'll give you like an 8.9 then. Good job, dude, seriously. And really good job bouncing back, not letting anything really get to you, not letting your first trade hold you down. I feel like I always push that message out, too, of, like, whenever I mess up a trade or something, I don't even touch that chart again. I go on to a different chart. But you didn't let that affect you, so really good job, man, seriously. Round of applause. And keeping with that conviction of understanding that we probably should keep going up and hitting that orange level. Really, really good job. Round of applause. All right, next trade. Who are we making fun of next? Let's put a fire on that one by Deuce. Bro, y'all got to quit sleeping on my boy D-Touch. This man did exactly what I covered on Tesla, but with Apple. So he used the daily time frame to kind of give himself the initial setup. He can see we're getting the lower open. We have a good candlestick pattern already appearing from the day before. So he's getting a follow-up of that. Here, I'll pull this up on stream. If you're in Discord, I'm just reading result and review. Bought to open put, sold to close for 13%. And he bought it on the rejection of 200.42. Honestly, beautiful. Whoops, I'm looking at the wrong screen. Why was my Google zoomed in 150%? What the hell? Oh, okay. Really good job, though, by D-Touch. His other chart, I really want to pull this one up, too. If you guys are here on the YouTube stream. Very, very cool chart here. So, bearish candlestick pattern, and then he sees the next day gets a lower open. So, he's already directionally going. He already thinks we're going down, most likely. So, he's already kind of like able to say 70, 80% we should see some red. Beautiful, beautiful job. And then using that on the smaller time frames to give himself better conviction on any other setup that pops up. So he didn't take any open range breakout, so he did miss a little bit of the move. But the only other signal that popped up was a retest under the very next level, 200.42. Ends up taking that because he knows, yes, we're going down. I just need to find a signal. So very, very good job and conviction behind that trade by D-Touch. And it looks like he closed that out for 13% or 14.4. I can't tell. Either way, though, very, very nice entry. Very good thinking, good thought process behind the trade, good exit. Even though he missed part of the move, he didn't let that get to him. Honestly, really good job, Deuce, and really good job, D-Touch. Round of applause. Actually proud of y'all for those. I don't think the word perfect exists in the dictionary for Discord. There we go. Oh, sorry guys. Let me fix this up a little bit. We're still getting some more movement to the upside here on SPY overall. We got past the first orange level. We're going past or going to the second. Remember, these are just halfway points. Good update, Carter. I was reading that a little late. Alexis, be sure to update me in the lifetime part of chat with any of your end-of-day daily setups as they pop up now that we're behind earnings. I just wanted to remind you because I know you get busy during the day. Anything you're looking at, let me know in that area of the chat so I can not just look at yours, but it also reminds me to look at mine. Anybody else too that's in that lifetime part of chat, make sure you're posting your daily setups in there for your daily time frame charts. I've been posting a few. Sherman's been doing it for a while. Alexis has been doing it for a while. Sherman's been doing it for a while. There's a few of us that have been doing it for a while. I also like it too because you could take longer breaks on like your daily time frame stuff. You feel like you breathe a little bit more, like you're more in control of everything. Apple finally finding some footing near the 198.50s. Is this the final slowdown for them? We don't know. But finally seeing some green. Perfect timing too because Microsoft flipped again, so good for them. One of the few tech stocks to actually perform that well. That weighs that much too. Amazon, despite Tesla's insane, horrendous drop, Amazon trying to settle. This is like the Microsoft to Apple. It's like the exact same relationship almost. Meta is doing great. Honestly, can't complain. They seem to all been doing great past couple days. When the market's struggling, Meta seems to break out a little bit earlier than the rest. Google doing well. Remember this watch list, I'm going through the top 20 SPY weights. So it's not like I'm going through random stocks. These are of course of SPY. Goog making a new high. Tesla finally getting some green, maybe following its sister Amazon. Banks moving up higher with JPM. Honestly, I see a lot of good recovery. This might lead to more continuation to the upside than we think. Oh my god, are we actually going to hit both orange levels? And I shit you not, if you go back into the stream, I said it like 100 times, as long as we don't break 560, 160, we will at least get to this area here. And we have now done that. My job here is done. Just kidding. I'm going to be chilling here a little while longer, but I'm glad I got to cover some accurate updates today. Why does Discord do that? Good morning, anybody who tuned in or just now joining. Good to see you all. Honestly, a ton of updates this morning. I've been talking my head off. I'm trying to breathe now. Catching up to some of y'all's comments, though. If you guys have any updates or anything, feel free to share in the chat. Or YouTube, wherever you're at. What's up, Sherman? Good to see you. I was just bragging about you. Nice, Maddie. Thank you for posting your trade review so quickly. Let me pull this up so we can all make fun of you on the stream together. If you guys are in the stream, be sure to drop a like. Share the stream link around. It helps out a ton. Right now we're making fun of Matty Ice. See what he did here. Okay, I definitely need to look at the 1 minute on this. Okay, so you're catching the tail end of that move that went down that last time it went down towards CDO. Okay. Which, I remember when you brought that up because you were typing it. You were literally in the chat typing it, so that helps too because I can actually remember it a little easier. Honestly, really good. It's a good, just quick scalp. Nothing really special to say beyond that, and there's no need to. You said entry might have been a tad chasey. I agree, but you had good intention on how much room was below you. And this is kind of what I was saying about Deuce's first trade as well. Is like, he seemed to have known what we were trying to do. He's just a little bit early. Wasn't like 100% aware of the space around him. But did have a good grip on what we were trying to do. Same thing for you right here. Like, you have a good grip on what we're trying to do. You have a good grip on the space around you. You have that feeling in your head that's like, you know what, this probably isn't the greatest trade, but it is viable. I could definitely go for this. So you're not crazy for going for it. I know exactly what you mean by that, though. Feeling chasey a little bit, but it's still a good trade. I know exactly what you mean. Still a good trade, though. Really good job selling to and being aware of it, not just sitting there and holding it forever, expecting it to break CDO and go make new lows of day. You know, if you would have been on that train, I think I would have been like, okay, bro, this trade's stupid. But because you're in the train of saying, I don't expect it to do that, I do expect this to eventually, like, stop because of what we've seen so far this morning, using your context clues, that is what's good. That's a mature mindset, not just random. I was bragging about your daily setups. Just like the whole routine of everything. Just so you have context. Totally not bragging about the fact that you look like the second coming of Jesus Christ. One of the few people you guys will ever meet in chat that could actually dress up as Jesus for Halloween and get away with it. How was everyone in stream, though? Hopefully everyone's fine. Hopefully the updates have been alright. Goated for sure. Grateful for learning the strategy a little over. Over 80% win rate since 2023. That's crazy. You got to remember, though, too, like, the strategy can be as good as ever, but it's still up to you at the end of the day to make those micromanagement decisions like, yes, I'm entering this. Yes, we're going to scale it out here. Yes, we'll leave runners for this. Or, no, let's just exit fully. Like, you have to be the one to manage all that, too. So, huge shout out to you as well. Like, you have to be the one to do all of that. Very, very cool to hear, though. It's also simple once you get it down. It's like, oh, okay, that makes sense. It's funny, you can do it with EMAs, without EMAs. Whatever you want. I'm going to be posting in that channel more, Sherman, if you end up posting more in there too, the swing trading TA, because I definitely want to post some more of those EMA setups. So I'm going to make sure to try to find some myself. I have a bunch on watch, but at the same time, I have a bunch I just want to invest in. Like, every time I look at these charts, I'm like, damn, is this really at this stock price? Also, for the ones who don't know, oh yeah, you guys can check Trade Floor if you want to see the second coming of Jesus Christ. Or third, depending on however you want to think about that. Bro, your face is like too serious. It's like... That's so cool, dude. Jesus is in my Discord. We don't got Nancy Pelosi, but we got Jesus. I'll never not... I'll be on my, like, deathbed and I'll still think of that picture. Let's see here. Got a decent 40% on SPY calls on the break of pre-market high. Wait, let me see here. Jesus, I thought my chart was about to explode. So, see what he said here. Whoa. He said, got a decent 40% on SPY calls on break of pre-market high. Let's go, gang. Solid plan pre-market like always. What was your target, Alexis? Good job, though, on your scalp. Round of applause for Alexis, everybody. He works, and he's, like, driving right now and stuff, too. But he still got a scalp, so no excuses. No, you're good, Maddie. I think my stream was like 40 seconds behind. Definitely late, but quick, so I'll take it. No, you're good. I like that trade a lot. Just because you were aware. If you would have sat there and you were like, well, I just didn't know what was going on. I just randomly sold. Then, that would be a problem. But you kind of sounded like you were aware of, like, it shouldn't just keep going down. It's got to stop at least once in that area. So you were aware. I think that's more important. You know, that's throwing me off, man. Every time I put this back on, it makes my eyes hurt. Just having that, like, nice, oh, there's Friday. Oh, here's today. Like, no other crap in between. It's nice.
But it is also nice to know where pre-market high was. I wonder if I can edit that indicator. PDCP 565 was your target? Okay, good. Yeah, that needs to be. I should have just played the bounce I saw coming, but I was hungry. You're like, do I go for this little short or do I go for this bigger long? I might have to wait longer. Stomach growls really loudly. Decision was made right there. Yeah, what'd you eat, man? I'm getting kind of hungry too now. My runner got smoked because I put a tight stop loss, but I got what I wanted, no biggie. What do you mean you're... What was your runner's target? Let me ask that. Leftover pizza from last night? Dude, I literally just had pizza the other day. I had Domino's. Pizza on a Sunday just hits. What is everyone's favorite pizza? What does everyone put on their pizza? Don't just say like a one you had one time. Like, what is your actual favorite? If we trim down those pineapple answers. Because I don't think people who eat that are crazy, but I think if you were to sit here and be like, that's my favorite pizza, I think you're full of shit. There's just no way. Do you wear that to Renaissance festivals? Bro, that would actually be such a good idea. You said above PDCP, it hit pre-market high right away. I was anticipating a run above PDCP. Oh, okay. So you're targeting it and then seeing if you get your runner further than that, and if it didn't, you would just take it there. Okay. I like that. You were kind of like Maddie. You're a little bit aware of exactly how much room you have above your head. In his case, it was below his feet. In your case, above your head. Really, really good job, guys. You guys are definitely spatially aware. I don't know if that's like the right words I should be using, but being aware of what's right around us, being aware of what's right above us, what's right below you, how much room do you have to the next important key level. It looks like almost all of you are getting that down pretty easily. If you're any of those people too, please check out the BB Theory playlist. Like, that is literally meant for you. The person who is like at that exact point that I just explained about Maddie and Alexis just now, like, that is just, it is just for you. Good job though, Alexis. Round of applause. And good micromanagement of a trade that didn't have a lot of room above it. With it tapping out there. Good job. Because yeah, we hit the halfway point of the gap down from Friday to today, and then we almost hit the halfway point of previous day, or Friday, sorry. I keep saying previous day, but it feels weird because that was like a few days ago. But y'all know what I mean. And nobody has any answers to my pizza question. That's crazy. I really thought y'all were going to let me know. I just wanted to know what's everyone's favorite pizza toppings and stuff. Your favorite, not one you had one time. Again, reiterating that. I thought y'all were going to eat that up. Barbecue chicken pizza. I can't even judge because that just sounds so freaking good. That sounds like 2 meals in one, but it sounds good because I mean, how can you go wrong with barbecue chicken? You just can't. Pepperoni, jalapeno. Finally, a jalapeno guy. And mushrooms. Meat lovers or barbecue. Banana peppers. Just straight up banana peppers on a cheese pizza. That's it. Depends. Depends if it's raining or not. Yeah, like gun to your head, this is the only pizza you're allowed to have. What are you having? Again, I don't know how we would end up in a scenario where gun to your head to eat your favorite pizza, but that's the scenario we're in right now. I'd probably say meat lovers too. Pineapple is for upside down cake. These were all actually good options. I'm glad I don't have a lot of freaks in here. Like barbecue chicken, that sounded like it slaps. Jalapeno mushroom pepperoni, slap. Meat lover or barbecue, good. Banana pepper, I don't know if I'd have a pizza that's just straight up banana peppers, but if it had other stuff on it, I'd probably eat it because there's nothing wrong with banana peppers. I like all peppers. Okay, see, that's what I'm talking about. Meat lovers of some kind with banana peppers, maybe mush. See, there you go. All right, well, nice, good. We got a chat full of completely normal, slightly creative people. This is good. Nobody schizophrenic except me. This is good. Now, I just like when you ever ask somebody like, "What's your favorite kind of pizza?" I feel like half the time somebody says pineapple. It's like that's not your favorite pizza. Like I'm not even gonna say you can't like it. I'm just saying you can't sit there and tell me that it's your favorite. Like that. Like if you could only have one pizza ever again in your life, like what would it be? And you told me pineapple. That's it. Like no way. You're literally joking. Buffalo chicken pizza. That just sounds like a good time. Mixing in the hot wings with the pizza. Favorite pizza topping is shrooms and pepperoni. Not mushrooms, like the psychedelic shrooms. I got you. Shrooms and pepperoni. Banana peppers you eat from a jar? Dude, yeah, I mean, they're pretty good. Pickled juice. Veggie pizza? What's on the veggie pizza? What all veggies are on this? Now, which pizza place has the best pizza? Well, so you gotta ask that conditionally. There, you gotta that's like a scenario question, because like on a Sunday you're not trying to go anywhere. You just want to order some pizza. You're not gonna go to the best place. You're gonna order something that's like decent. We all know the best pizza places are not order in. I think we all know that. So we need to split up that question. Like, what's the best delivery pizza, and then what's the best place around you? Because I bet 90% of us are going to say like a hole in the wall place that none of us have. Like the one that I was going to say is Brothers Pizza. There's only 2 locations. There's one here in Houston, and then there's one in New York, the original location. There's only two of them. If there's more, I don't know, but there was only 2 of them. So it's like that's the place I would say, but it's not really fair to say that because not all of you have had it. The answer is pepperoni and jalapeno. I love how many jalapeno guys we got in here. Onion, bell pepper, black olive, jalapeno. Damn, so even the veggie people eat the jalapeno. Let's go, dude. We're all consistently with the jalapeno. I love it. Fair delivery pizza or chain pizza? Yeah, there you go. There you go. All right, everybody, favorite delivery place? Like what delivering from a pizza place, what place are you calling or delivering from? Or ordering from, I should say. I feel like back in the day, it was okay to say Pizza Hut, but nowadays it's just gotten to a point where if you're not ordering Domino's, I don't know where you're ordering from. But there's also like some hole in the wall places you can order from that I've never heard of. So hopefully y'all have those places. Good morning, Crims. How's it going, man? We were trading, charting, breaking down stuff. Now we're talking about pizza. How are you doing? Lag to death, the type of person to eat Little Caesars and not tell anybody. Style of pizza, Detroit. Oh, that's what I should have asked. Style of pizza. Oh my God, there's so many pizza questions we could be asking. Veggie pizza sounds like a taco salad without any taco or meat. Hunt Bros. Oh, I've actually heard of that place. I've heard that place is actually really good. If I'm thinking about it correctly, I think that's the place I've heard of. I feel like any place that has brothers in the name or bros probably slaps. South of border, marinara base, pepperoni, green chilies, jalapenos, and red onions with a spicy red ranch dry. Bro, what? Ranch or spicy ranch base top with chicken tenders, waffle fries. Dude, this is crazy. Taco pizza from Pizza Hut? Wait, is this real? It is a real thing. Apparently, Pizza Hut has also made a playful reference to Taco Bell's Mexican pizza by introducing an Italian taco. That's actually so big brain. It's to combat Taco Bell's effective marketing. Because we all know Taco Bell's like ass, but we all still go there. And all of their commercials and ads and everything like are kind of like memorable. Thick crust, square cut. Oh, thin crust, square cut. I see. Yo, chill out, lag. Chill out with that. I just read what you said after I said that. Can we agree to jump anyone who gets anchovies? Oh, I doubt anybody in my chat does that. No. I'm not hating on Little Caesars. It's just like you shouldn't be reaching for it. Like that's like the kind of pizza you get when there's literally nothing else around or you have like $9. And even then there might be a better option. But yeah, I know if it's like only thing you got around you, only thing like yeah, I get it, you know. You're out of town, it's the only place around. Get it. But besides that, yes, Little Caesars is horrible. It's like legit cardboard pizza. If you haven't eaten cardboard, but you've eaten Little Caesars, you've eaten cardboard. The hot honey sauce be Leland legendary. Wait, where's the hot honey sauce at? Oh, Domino's. My bad. Domino's got the new stuffed crust and it's bomb. What's in the stuffed crust? Am I getting pizza a second day in a row? What's the new stuffed crust? You had hot honey pizza for the first time last night. It was pretty fire. I've never had it. I've heard it's fire. I've never heard anyone even hate on it. I've just never had it. But I have actually heard hot honey is really good on pizza. How much is the cheapest Little Caesars pizza? I lived by one about 10 years ago and it was $5. I don't know, but I just remember being cheap because I remember I was like stranded at this dude's like beach house and it was just me and this chick and we were fucking starving because we drove all day. We get there, there's no food there too. I had to drive 30 more minutes just to get to this Little Caesars. And I get there and it's like a drive-through. It blew my mind that it was drive-through. I drive through. They give me my pizza. I remember I got like 2 pizzas and I spent like $10, and I got like sauces and like other stuff with it too. So I remember at least a few years ago, Little Caesars was really, really, really cheap, and it probably still is. But I remember you could spend damn near nothing and get a lot. But that's literally the only reason you should get Little Caesars is like the scenario I just gave. Like, there's nothing. You're tired. You're hungry. There's nothing around. Maybe you're not in a familiar place. You know, stuff like that. Like, that's the literal only time you should even bat an eye near them. They have anorexic chickens. Yeah, when it comes to wings, that's a different conversation because, like, Domino's is weak. Pizza Hut got pretty fire wings 80% of the time. But it's like, you know, what's the trade-off? When I used to get drunk, I would go to Taco Bell. Wait, did you just openly admit to drunk driving? When I used to get drunk, I would go to Taco Bell and chicken quesadillas with extra sauce. The jalapeno sauce. That shit is pretty good, I won't lie. I was a McDonald's guy when we would get fucked up. I won't lie, because back in the day, you could go to McDonald's, you could get like 4 hot and spicies, 2 large fries, 2 large Sprites, and you'd be spending like $12, $10, $11. Nowadays, that's like $80, $100, but no, you're good, VC. I'm just messing with you. We've all been there. It is a high value for money to calorie. Look at you, like, trying to break it down. Wings got so expensive. Yeah, wings are pretty insane now. Chicken in general. Me drunk in Hotel Friday, Uber eating Taco Bell quesadillas. We are the same, VC. Maddie Ice and VC are the same person. Wingstop after drinking hits. Bro, we just woke up like 80 memories from lag. Slept like 12 hours once. We're awakening all these nice food memories from everybody. Guys, by the way, we're still settling between the previous day halfway point and the overnight halfway point. So we're kind of stuck between a 50-50 part of the chart right now, where trend could be made and broken down under 564.60. Continuation could happen over 565.40. So keep these two scenarios in your mind while we continue to talk about things that have nothing to do with the stock market. Talking wings, guys, I'm a big fan of Buffalo Wild Wings, the Thai curry man. He typed man with ... 3 times, so it must be decent. Boneless? Oh, that's a good question. Boneless or bone-in? What are we all feeling on your pizzas? Do you like bone-in pizza or bone-out pizza? How many bone versus boneless people we got in here? You know, some people are talking about the economy and breaking down, like, productive conversations. Like, what? Taco pizza from Pizza Hut. Yes, I love it. My wife hates it. I didn't even know it was a thing till y'all said it. I had to look it up. Boneless pizza. Yes, sir. Let's go. Can we get a round of applause for Sandollar, a.k.a. Frankie G, a.k.a. Unk? 57% average gains on his 40% entry on his... Oh, you didn't do same days. Good shit. I was like, wait a minute. Is today the 6th? Good scalps, Frankie. Definitely tag me when you post your trade review later if you do. I would love to see that. Great scalps, though. Beautiful job. Also drew this fib on a 10-minute indecisive candlestick. That's how my entry was, stopping at the 50% extension. Wait, let me reread that. Oh, your stop was that. Okay. I was like, wait, what? chart's flipped. That makes sense, though. Honestly, I think it threw me off because of the candlesticks. Even though you literally said 10-minute, it still threw me off. Like I said, it's probably a great time to have a chart on your 10 or 15 minute right now. At least on one of them, so you can have a little more balanced of a view. Because we've gone up, or we started down, gone up. So it's not like we have to go anywhere anymore for the rest of the day. We could literally go nowhere and be fine. But we both know that's not going to happen. So probably good to have a more balanced view in front of you so it's not as chaotic in case we do get some more movement. 10-minute, 15-minute slows it down a little bit. Gives you a little bit more of a balanced view, patient view. I think I'm going to do the 10-minute. Actually, let's just fix this because I'm tired of this because I never use the 15-minute. Just make this the 10. Bam. Extensions for the win. Yes, sir. Yeah, shout out to him. I always say shout out to Leland for all that stuff. Like, I think we could have done great without him, but we definitely have done better with him. The whole fibs and fib extension stuff, like, because I used fibs, but not the way he's shown me. And the way we've been able to impactfully use them over and over again. And how they happen so much. Like, it amazes me how many setups are given to us because of just a super basic fib. Did we gap down? Did we gap up? Did we have a big day? Bam, you have an instant reason to mark a fib of that previous day or from that day to the next day. You know, it's like you're given like the easiest information almost every day. And that's not every day, but like that's most days in the market. That we're getting a slight move up or slight move down or a larger day. Like that's a pretty big chunk. I just described like 80% of the market probably. So a lot of the time we should have a pretty good sense of direction. That's why I've been kind of urging him and like you guys to make sure to post in like different channels so like they don't get moved. Like whenever he posted Trade Floor, I try my best to just like repost whatever he posted in the Levels channel just so it's there, you know, because it's going to get moved up in Trade Floor. But it's an impactful post. People need to see it. People need to be aware of it. Damn, it's already 10:30. I've actually loved this stream today so far. I'm still going strong. We're not leaving yet. More reflecting. We did good on Tesla. Talked about Boeing. I made sure to at least update that. We did a really good job talking about SPY the entire time. Very minimal updates on IWM. I did expect us to go above 200, and we did, just not by a lot. And I found a lot of more setups on the daily time frame thanks to a few of you. Pre-market prep, too. I would definitely, if anyone in here, go back to my YouTube stream and go back and watch the kind of beginning part of everything, the first like 30, 40 minutes. You'll hear me and the way we cover things. Like it is very efficient, right? We're not just sitting here going over every little thing. Like we're going over just the important shit and how to focus on it and how to be directional from it. Therefore, when moves happen or they break or they retest, we can act on it. We're not sitting there going, oh my God, this is surprising. It's the first time I've seen this. No, we're like, oh, okay, I expected this or I had planned that. Let me take action. I'm not having to think. I just act. So that's a really big thing. Prep. I would say preparation is definitely key. I think it helps with everything. Helps with being aware. Helps with understanding what you're going to do before you do it. It's just nice to be prepped. It's nice to be prepared. And also, from a more mature mindset, I think it's also a good thing because you know how like sometimes you look at your own trades and you do like an after the fact kind of talk with yourself and it's like, yeah, no shit, like you could see this because it's hindsight. You don't want to do that to yourself. So it's a really good thing too to look at it from that point of view because you can look at it from a non-biased point of view instead of going, oh, I should have known it was going to be bearish. Or I should have known it was going to be bullish. How would you know that? Go over that. Don't go over that you should have known it. Go over how. Don't beat yourself up. I mean, you could beat yourself up, do it all you want, but it just isn't going to do anything. This is looking a little, I don't want to say droopy just because we have red candles in a resistance, but now that we've hit our target for the day, you know, theoretically, it makes sense that we should probably come back down to at least this red candle. Or the halfway of this move, whatever that is. Just because we've gone up and hit the halfway points, I think it makes sense that we could chill out now. I don't know if anybody disagrees with that, let me know, but it just theoretically makes sense to me. Not necessarily like a drop, but maybe like a slow pullback over time. Boneless pizza. React, that's what I'm talking about. He said, you mean chicken tenders or wings? Boneless, I'm not paying more money for less meat and more work. I'll be honest, I actually like the bone. Just because, like you know when you eat, like, crawfish? You're, like, going through it, and it's, like, the method, you know, like, it's the whole in-between. That's kind of what it's like with eating, like, bone wings. It's part of it, you know? Sus? I'm sus? I mean, I'll be honest with you, I eat both boneless and bone-in, but I'm just saying I could have some bone-in and totally not complain. Whereas I feel like there are a lot of people nowadays who are like, I would never do that. That's crazy. What are you, an alien? Like you said sus as soon as I said it. That's funny. Lag to death, the type of guy to watch his corners and check behind him to see if anybody's around him watching him while he eats a banana. Eating hot dogs the long way? Wait, hold up. What is the other way to eat a hot dog? How do you eat a hot dog sideways? If you eat a hot dog sideways, you need to go in. You need to instantly right now get up from this stream and find your local or wherever psych ward and submit yourself in because you need it. I've never seen a human being type eating hot dogs the long way. Brother, if you eat a hot dog sideways, you need God. You need help. You need something. Bueller eats bananas for the shape. Eating hot dogs hamburger style. Yeah, that's crazy. I'm picturing like eating it and like they're just getting like cheese or mustard or something on my mustache, eating it sideways. Like sideways, that would be insane. That would be everywhere. This is why we have people like Lag to Death in here. It's to break that box, man. It's to break that barrier. To really think outside the box. Eating hot dogs the long way. Some of the shit you guys think of, I swear. All right, are we good with just chilling on SPY, or do I need to look at something else? Anybody want to look at anything, or am I good to just chill here while I read? I'm just reading y'all's comments and everything. That sounds like the most messy and awful thing ever, right? He said, "Gotta be a deviant." That you're definitely something. And we are getting a breakdown of that midpoint. Nothing super crazy out on that 10-minute. Here on that 1 minute on that right side chart, you can see we have a little bit of a 3-bar play going under. Continuation. A new low is just made. This candle is going down. Another new low is made. Recent low, I should say, not of the day. I don't want to make that sound like that. And like I said, if we were to go anywhere, it was to like the core, the meat of that red candle. Talking about that right there. So that would be like a first stopping point for me, I'd say. It definitely have our other levels in there, but of this recent trend, we definitely cannot ignore that. Like, yeah, we don't have this level beforehand, but it's nice to at least see, okay, well, when we went up, this is where we kind of settled and stopped before we continued on. So if we do come back down and we're holding this, we should still keep going up. Also, vice versa. If we end up breaking it, it's just more context for, okay, we should probably fall more. Hopefully that makes sense, though. Even though it's not a traditional, level that we had beforehand, it's good to at least pay attention to that. I mean, I wouldn't draw that on the 5-minute, but on that 10-minute, it was kind of nice looking. 5-minute actually does kind of line up pretty close to it. I'd probably draw it a little higher on the 5-minute. The 1 minute, I would have definitely have drawn that. So it all depends what time frame you're on too, because like this is definitely a huge difference than drawing it down here. 10, 20 cents, sure, but when you're in a trade, that matters. That matters. My daughter says hot dog water sometime when playing with her Switch. Why does she say hot dog water when playing with her Switch? I've heard a lot of kids say that too, though. I remember I even started saying it at one point because it was just like, it's just like it's ugh. It's vulgar. It's like, why would I want to drink hot dog water? Like a curse? I don't know. I do know why they say that though. It's because it's like it sucks or it stinks or it's whatever. But it is funny when you hear it for the first time. It's like, what? What did you just say? Spy looking like a tweezer botter forming on the 4-hour. I'll take your word on it. That is a quick reaction after falling under 564.50s to go back up and smack it all in one candle, basically. On the 1 minute, that right side chart. What the hell did I just kick? Oh. What bag of chips do you think that was, Lag? If you're so smart. What bag of chips would Bueller eat? You would never guess. Only a deviant would eat these chips. Only a true demon of his time. A true craftsman. Pickle chips? Fuck no. What? What even is a pickle chip? Pickle chip. Oh, like crinkle cut chips. Yeah, no, it's not those. For every time Lag gets it wrong, he has to give 10 subscribers to the YouTube channel. Lay's 90% air. No. I will give you a hint. The bag is purple, but the chips are red. That's already way too much. I think you basically have the answer. Poverty incoming. Poverty in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Still seeing a rejection of that overnight gap halfway point. We broke it, retested it, moved away from it. Jalapeno sweet and salty Cape Cod chips. No, but that sounds good. What the hell? That sounds really good. No, I have a bag of Takis. There was a weird part of me that thought Lag would get it, even though I said that he wouldn't. 40% entry on that chip flavor. It is a good breakdown of that level, but it's also good to mention we're still above current day open. But we're rejecting good bearish levels, so it's a weird spot. You know, we could reject this, go hit 563.20, and then just sit between today's open and today's high. We could just sit between these two levels for all we know. Which not a horrible range, I guess. Takis are basic. I haven't had them in a while, man. I was craving them. I saw them and I was like, damn. When was the last time I had some Takis? Diablo chips are pussy, dude. I'm not even saying Takis are spicy. I don't think there is a such thing as a spicy chip. Spicy chili Dorito. Oh, the purple Dorito bag? Those are actually pretty fire. Wait, did Lag to Death really eat Diablo chips on the low? Yeah, the one chip challenge chip, dude. Someone gave me that and were like, yo, let me know if you think this is hot, because they thought I was going to, like, burn my mouth. And I was like, nah. I've had a Carolina Reaper. Like, I've felt Satan sauce, man. It's not, that chip's not hot. Like, if you've actually had something that's hot, you'll know that that chip is not shit. It is kind of funny watching people, like, turn red instantly when they eat that chip, because that is something that happens to you. Like, you can't avoid that. Most people's faces are going to turn red or just start sweating. That's something you really can't control. You eat a bunch of them? Damn. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. They aren't that hot. Like, I mean, they are hot, don't get me wrong, like, compared to your usual thing, but, like, they're not hot compared to, like, something that really could burn your mouth. VC said, man, I am not lying. I used to own a snow cone business. Some weird people used to order pickle juice snow cone with milk cream on top. What? Pickle juice snow cone with milk cream on top. My stomach hurts reading that. Condensed milk, yeah, that's crazy. Why did you offer pickle juice as a snow cone business though? Or was it like you had pickles there and they were just like mixing actual pickle juice? Because that would make it even crazier. There was this burger joint, it was so spicy I didn't eat it for like 2 days. That was like me for this one chicken joint that opened up. I still eat it here and there, but they came out with this like flavor. I don't even know what it's called, but it's hot. And they only give you 2 tenders for a reason, but they're huge. But yeah, that shit was spicy. Didn't eat it for a couple days, went back, was like, okay, let's try it again. Didn't learn my lesson. Damn lag. We would be good friends. I really need to get down to the bottom of this pickle juice snow cone conversation, though. That's a little disturbing. A pickle snow cone is crazy. Like, I might be the first human who's even uttered those words out loud. I think that's why VC got shut down. That's actually almost what I said at the beginning. I was almost like, damn, how is someone not like come around and like not shut that guy down? But I should have said his business. That's funny. That's actually why he's not a snow cone owner anymore. Wait, VC, seriously though, did you offer pickle juice, or was like as a snow cone flavor, or did you have pickles and there was pickle juice that they were using to make the pickle juice snow cone? I really need to understand this, because this is a little mind blowing. Like, I think I got a concussion reading this conversation. If you offered it, you're crazy. If they had to get it from a pickle jar, that makes the story even crazier. Okay, that's what I'm trying to get at. They had to get something else from you, so they were buying jalapenos, and they were using that juice to drop it into the ice cream. This wasn't like a flavor you offered, right? This is the distinction I'm trying to make. Cuz that makes them even crazier. Local mad gets shot after getting pickle juice ice cream accidentally. It was the flavor? What? that person's in the afterlife. That's where that person's at. Wait, so it was something you actually like offered people then? That's crazy. Is that not? Or is that just like popular and I just am like so out of the loop? I just have never heard of a pickle or jalapeno flavored like snow cone. Like what? That just blows my mind. Maybe I'm the weird one. I don't know. I feel like I'm the normal one in this one, though. Prison? Yeah, hopefully. If not dead, hopefully in prison. Doing hard time. It sounds like VC needs to do some hard time, though. He offered this flavor. He's the plug. Mr. Wonderful invested in it. I literally just watched a clip the other day and he was in it. I was like watching the clips where they somehow like exclude him from the entire like scene. I love those. I like watching shorts of that. It'll be like of Shark Tank, but somehow Mr. Wonderful's not in it. I'm not gonna lie. I don't go to watch shorts to watch shorts. I go to watch shorts to read comments, because I'm not gonna lie. The internet's undefeated. If you go to the shorts on Shark Tank, on like all of them, it'll be like, what's her name, Leslie or whatever her name is. She's like the one that always hypes up like how good a deal is, and then she'll be like, I don't want it. That'll be like the top comment every single Shark Tank episode, even if she's not in it. It makes me laugh every time. Yeah, and that's why I'm out. Yep, that's the literal top comment every time. It'd be like, "Oh, you're gonna give me 99% of your company," and that's why I'm out. Like what? No, the comment sections are hilarious. Took a quick scalp on spy puts. Tisius, however you say that name. Sorry if I'm saying it wrong. Good job. Let me know what your trade was. I was yapping this whole time, so I was definitely of no help. But let me know what you did. I'd love to review it. Good job, though. Very happy for you. I'm looking at off topic now, VC, or I'm trying to find it. There it is. I just click on it and I see Trump instantly. What the hell happened in off topic chat? Dylan welcomed a bunch of bots. Good job, Dylan. Instead of banning them or checking if they're bots, you welcomed them into the chat. Appreciate that. Greatest mods in the universe, I swear. No way. You really... Hold up. I gotta pull this up on the main stream. People need to see this so I'm not, like, going crazy. But this was VC's snow cone menu. Could someone point out to me where the schizophrenia set in? I think around the P's. Wait, this is an actual, like, flavor for snow cones. No way, bro. I swear to God, I've been to a million snow cone stands. I've never read pickle juice a single time. Honestly, the rest of this looks pretty normal. Blue coconut? Yeah, bro. Like, literally every other kid would drink blue coconut. No way. You really did serve pickle juice. Maybe I am tripping. Maybe people actually drink that. Should we Google this? Should I say drink or eat? No readily available data on percentages of people who consume pickle juice snow cones. What kind of world do we live in where we don't have analytics on pickle juice snow cone consumption? Like, that is just mind-blowing to me. We're just so focused on AI. We just don't care about snow cone stats. That's crazy. UNH with the sneaky pop. It ain't been sneaky. I've kept my eye on it, bottom left screen here. I said it earlier. I was like, bro, pretty much nothing's up a lot. And then I started seeing it creep up because there was a point where it was only up like 39 cents. It is definitely holding 400 so far. Let's not act like this is like some huge hold. It's like one green candle after a lot of death. But it's around the area that we want. We want to see that. Good looks, Alexis. Good update. And yeah, feel free to update those. I don't care if it's something I've talked about or not. Bring it up. I don't care if I've talked about it 62 times. Bring it up a 63rd time. AI let us down again. Dude, I'm telling you. AI is the beginning of our downfall. Next thing you know, we just stop caring about snow cone stats. Oh, wait. That's already happened. Morningstar on the daily. Good looks. So far. Just be careful just because it's the first time. It's not like we should go after it on the first time it appears. But good looks. I don't think I'll ever forgive you for the pickle juice thing. I think I just figured out where all of America's problems started. Yo, be honest. How many people would order that? Like, if 100 people visited your stand that day or that hour, how many of those 100 are picking up pickle juice, snow cones? Out of the literal, like, 80 attractive options, they somehow chose the one that wasn't. Now you're good, VC. It's really not your fault. Whoever manufactures that stuff really needs to be investigated into. Because I'm sure you were just like, oh, here's a package deal for like a bunch of snow cone juices and stuff. You know, I'm sure you weren't paying no mind. Yeah, exactly. You were just following orders. You're just continuing tradition, bro. You're just following orders. Out of context, this conversation's crazy. Yo, but seriously, like out of 100 people, how many would get pickle juice snow cones? I have to know. Out of 100 or out of 1,000, whatever number is easier for you. Out of 1,000,000,000. I thought pickle juice was used in cocktails, but apparently it became popular due to athletes drinking it to prevent cramps. I want to know who popularized it in the snow cone community. I'm not even hating on pickle juice. I'm hating on the fact that you can put it on a snow cone. That's like people who have pickle juice snow cones are or that kid that grew up that had like ketchup sandwiches. Like that's that kid. Trump just retweeted his famous Taco Bowl Cinco de Mayo tweet. Let's see. Damn, I was kind of hoping it'd be trending so I didn't have to like actually search anything. Time to mess up my algo. I typed Trump into my algo. I'm not going to get to see certain things for like 3 years. Damn, he really has been. It's been since 2016 he's been doing it. I'm not going to lie. Like, I'm not even hating on him, but this tweet's funny. Because it says, this was so wonderful 9 years ago today. It's like, why don't you just go and eat one? We're still bragging about the same taco bowl from 9 years ago. That's funny. I ain't gonna lie, it does look good. It does look good. I don't know how a taco bowl couldn't be good if it's out of a tower like that. I feel like someone from my part of the country could maybe make one better, but that's just me. Taco Tuesday. What are we eating today, Data J? What's for food today? What's for lunch? And if you're skipping lunch, what's for dinner? I have alerts because he was moving the market a lot with tariff talks. May have to turn them off. That's his goal. He wants you to turn your market indicators off of him because he's like tweeting about tacos and stuff. And then right after he gets all of you to turn notifications off, he's going to start ripping tweets again. Let me zoom out this 1 minute chart. It's kind of moving crazily, and it looks like it's moving a lot more than it actually is when it isn't. There we go. Okay, now it is actually. It actually broke that level. Really, really good hold. So kind of talking back to what we talked about earlier, we were kind of discussing like on the 1 minute specifically that this would be a good high or low. On the 5 minute, we were discussing like the high of that. Whoops, I forgot. If you switch charts, it's not the same tool. But either way, hitting targets on all the time frames that we talked about, if it was to fall here. So it's kind of funny to see when they went back up that they actually held it as a higher low to kind of re-show you not just a break of the level to show that bulls are taking it again, but a hold of it to kind of re-show it to you again. Like, hey, we're not going down again. At least now. But good to see them push up, another higher low, another push up, another higher low, another push up. So it's not it's not an ugly trend. Pretty nice trend on the day. I like to always talk about that too, because it can be so easy to be like, well, we broke it. That means you're bearish. Like, okay, but what else happened? It's nice to talk about what else happened beyond that, not just the break. Anybody can see the break. He did shoot that this is a good time to buy a few hours before announcing the tariff pause. How nice of him. I am honestly just impressed some of these stocks are at the prices they're at. Like I discussed, just a few names here and there, but I'm sure there's so many more I haven't even seen. There's so many stocks that are at crazy prices that they should definitely not be at. It's definitely like sentiment that's moving these prices. It's not actually any thinking behind it. The initial moves, it was like, oh, okay, tariffs this, tariffs that, China this, China that, but we all discussed all that. And I'm glad I went over this in depth multiple times. Even before I stopped streaming here and there, like I went over that a lot because that was really the market that I grew up the most in, was the China trade war with Trump the first time, and it was not good at all. It was just news left and right, every day, every other day, every week, like that you actually felt. Like, yes, there's news every week, but news that you felt, news that the charts felt every week. And it wasn't just up, it wasn't just down. It was both in a large range. Now that large range could have been $100, $120. Back then it was like 80, I think 89. This range I think is a little larger so far, where we're gonna go up, we're gonna go back down, test the lows, go back up, test the middle of that range. We're gonna do these huge moves for a while. So it's good market movement, but this is literally just like the first time. And you could sit there and stipulate, oh well, China's just waiting Trump out, or Trump is really going to make a negotiation with them. Like it doesn't even matter. It does not matter. Like none of that matters, because when the next president happens, there will be more deals made. Like we're gonna get market movement. We're gonna get huge market news. What I'm trying to get at is we're gonna get this stuff regardless of what happens. Right? It's really weird to put it in that point of view, but we're going to get news, we're going to get movement regardless of what happens. So just focus on the price action. Don't focus on, you can have opinions, you can have your own bias and stuff, but don't connect that to this. Don't connect those worlds. Be a Democrat or Republican in your own world, and this world, don't be that. And we're in the trading realm right now. Don't act like that. It's just you in the market. Watch your price action, because you can get lost in the news. Maybe you watch Trump tweets and then you're like, you start to get this sentiment of things are worse than they really are, and then you never buy the dip. That'll be how it happens to you. That'll be your pain. You'll never buy the dip. On the opposite side, maybe you're someone who hates him so much, like, oh, fuck this guy, fuck this, it's never gonna get better. You're never going to get out of that mindset, right? And let's say you are someone who's like, oh, I love him, I love everything he's doing. You might be oblivious to things that happen, right? And I'm not hating on either side, but I'm just saying this happens. It happened during Trump, it happened during Obama, it happened during Biden, it happened during Trump again. It's shit happens. Market's going to go up over time, that's a fact. Just how long, that's a question none of us will know. So it's not really about anyone's opinions or bias. Like, market's going to go up over time. Find some discount buys. Slowly buy them up over time. That's it. No deeper thinking beyond that. Short-term options traders, that's different. Two different mindsets. Exactly. A lot of Biden haters did miss the rally up. Same with the Trump haters this time. They're missing really good moves down, and they're missing on this dip buy that a lot of people right now are like, "Oh my god, the market's in such a shit shape." Brother, have you gone to the daily time frame? Like, yeah, we have dropped a lot, but we also just went up for multiple weeks at a time. Like, so like right here, I honestly hope that we don't just keep breaking. I hope we do settle a little bit, so it actually has like a natural way of moving back higher again, not just this huge impulse move up. But that might be what we get because of so many people missing out on things. So many people are caught up in, oh, the economy's this, the economy's that. There's no way we can possibly go up. It's like, dude, we're really not even that far from all-time highs. We really are just like one solid leg up from all-time highs. That's the crazy thing. Like, you would think it's so much worse than it really is, but like the worst is already behind you. We already went down to 480. Like, we're at 560 right now. We're at 565. Yeah, it's so easy to get lost in the sauce, I guess, as some people would say, but getting lost in the news and the drama and the opinions and the bias of everything, like, that's what I'm saying, dodge. Like, you can have your own opinions. You can hate Trump all you want. I don't care. Just don't let that connect over to this. It just doesn't benefit you any way at all. Like, you might think you're educated, but you're not. Like, being educated on politics doesn't help you with economics. I'm sorry. It just hasn't been how it has been before. It will never be that way ever. It's just how it is. It gets you too lost in the sauce on like what everything's going on, and then you miss out on dip buys, or you miss out on market reversals, or you miss out on just anything. And now that you're too late, now you're looking at SPY that's at 565. You're like, oh, I could buy this and it'd still be a good discount buy. Like, yeah, you're not wrong, but 500 was probably also way better. Because now we could get a market reversal. The person who bought at 500 could be sitting here totally chilling, not worrying about a single thing. We could have a huge pullback and they'd still be fine. Someone buying at 565, yeah, they'll probably still be right over the long run, but they have to, struggle a little bit more in the short. So it's like, leave your opinions at home. Leave your bias at home. Just don't bring it here. Because, yeah, that's a good point. There were a lot of Biden haters that missed out on it. Because even me, like, I didn't like pretty much anything Biden did because he didn't really do anything. Foreign policy especially. I'm really big on foreign policy, but I did not sit here and hesitate when energy went up. Energy did amazing because of Biden. Is that a good or bad thing? That does not matter. None of that matters. I'm not here to be the moral police, Because that would have sucked, honestly, to miss out on like Energy Transfer or Exxon or honestly any of the energy companies. There were a lot of really good plays. And they were at really good discount buys too, because we just came off the tail end of Trump. We were going into the Biden era. Everything was at a discount in the energy sector. And even though we had like horrible market reversals and really big market reversals back up and down, like both in Biden and Trump era, energy just kept going up the whole time. Did not matter. So it's nice to have that kind of perspective, because you can look back and be like, man, I'm kind of glad I didn't just sit here and just hate on Biden for 4 years, because then you can make your memes and your jokes and stuff, like, that's whatever. But when it comes down to actually making these decisions of like, should I enter this or not? Like, do you like the president? That should not really come into account. And if it does, then you need to really restructure how you think about investing. Because I promise you, Warren Buffett's not sitting there when he's reinvesting into Apple. I promise you he's not sitting there. He's going, well, I don't like Trump, so I'm going to sell a little bit this quarter. I don't like this guy, so I'm going to buy more this quarter or do that. It's like, I promise you they're not thinking about that kind of shit. Yeah, like, to know the news, like, to be aware of it, that's cool. But to actually use it to do something is a whole other issue. A lagging indicator, exactly. Because, like, the market, you got to remember, too, the market's kind of like a leading indicator, if you think about it. It's in the future, right? It's today's date. It's May 5th, right? None of us can argue that. But the market's not trading for May 5th. The market's trading for November, December, September, October. I don't know what month exactly, but you know what I'm saying. It's a forward-looking indicator. It's not trading for right here, right now. It's trading for the future. So it's really bad to get your sentiment, your emotions, your feelings caught up into these things, because then you end up missing out on really big moves. Like even right here, for example, we're up basically $70 from the recent lows. Like, no, I'm not saying you should just randomly buy lows, or how could you guess that? You know, I'm not even covering that. I'm just saying the risk reward behind it just doesn't make any sense. To like sit there and be like, well, I don't like this guy, so I'm gonna do that. To let your emotions run your decisions is just crazy. No other aspect of your life would you do that, or allow it, or even think about allowing it. But for some reason, a lot of people don't think about it at all when it comes to making financial decisions. Which you would think from like, you know, an outside point of view, you would think that that would be the most important part of your life. Because it's money, you know? We don't like to sit there and say that, but money is pretty damn important. Exactly. Separate the signal from the noise. Like, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with if this guy wins, this sector is more beneficial. Like, there's nothing wrong with knowing that. But that's why I wanted to talk about that, because this market is the exact same as the previous China trade war market. It's the exact same. A lot of movement, a lot of uncertainty, a lot of people complaining and crying because all they're doing is focused on Trump's tweets. And it's like, yeah, why would that not piss you off? Like, what? One week we're on trading terms, the next week we're not. You know, that would piss any normal person off. So why are you paying attention to it, you know? So just, it's nice to be aware. I don't mind when you guys are like saying that kind of stuff, but it's just like, and I'm not even getting on anybody. It's just good to be aware of this kind of thing so we don't bring it to the chat or bring it to anybody. Like, it's not your, you don't have the right to force it onto someone else's plate. Like, force that fear onto someone else, you know, or force that greed onto someone else, you know. Let them make up their own mind. You can have your beliefs, they can have their beliefs. Sometimes they'll align, sometimes they won't. It's okay. But especially important when we're making these financial decisions of entering trades or not, because like let's say like Mike, when he points out UPS, like he posted it in a way that's like, hey, this is what I see in it, this is what interests me, this is what I like. I can take that from a baseline and be like, okay, I like this. I'm reading about it, I like it, I can read about it myself. I can make up my own mind. It's not forcing, hey, you should look at UPS. You should buy UPS because it's going to do this, it's going to do that. You're going to miss out. And I told you, and don't forget about it. And when I'm right, make sure you give me credit. Like, he's not saying any of that shit. It's not from an egotistical point of view. It's not from a political point of view. It's not from anything. It's just that interests him. Hey, check this out if you want. Check it out if you don't. Like, that's exactly how we should be treating each other. Hey, I checked out your UPS post, Mike. Thanks for that. Like, and now look, bottom left of my screen, on my watch list. I'm not going to put everything on my watch list in chat, but if I see it's interesting, sure, I'm going to look at it. Like, honestly, we should delete Moderna. Get that out of here. I don't know. The whole point of that, just to sum it all up, just don't let your emotions run your decisions. Should not dictate how you do things. Good rejection of that level so far over multiple candles, and this candle's still trying to get over it. Almost leads you to believe we should go hit previous day close. No, you're good, Dr. J. That's fine. That's like that's being aware. That's fine. 100%. Policies matter, exactly. Tariffs matter. That stuff matters. But the whole opinions behind it is like, dude, we don't care. I still want to get to the bottom of this movie tariff, though. That really does blow my mind. It kind of hurts my feelings a little bit. You know, tariff me on everything else, man. Take all my money. Tariff the water that I drink, right? Just movie tariffs? Leave my movies alone. I was totally cool with like every other country getting better at making movies. Like that's a cool future. No, you're good, Dr. J. I know you're not being defensive. I actually like you in Mike's comments because it shows like we could literally talk to each other. It's not like we don't have to sit here and combat each other about different things. Like we could literally talk to each other as humans. It's perfectly fine. No, I welcome this kind of talk. As long as we keep it, you know, friendly. We're not sitting here like trying to fucking stab each other's throats out or anything. Treating each other like human beings. That's all I ask. I think that's all anybody ever asks for. Pretty nice trend, though. I'm glad we were correct in the pre-market prep. Talked about the importance of at least going up and hitting this highlighted area. I didn't talk about going beyond it. We did talk about if we reject it and pull back down, which has happened short term, but nothing else beyond that. We got that one move back down after they hit the area, and that's literally it. They're already back up above it. So, directionally, we were right. Pacing, I think we could talk about that more. I don't think I talked about pacing at all, so we could talk about that more in the pre-market preps. I'll add that to my little notes. Which I don't know how we'll guess that ahead of time. That's more or less just kind of like us going off of our feelings. Like, how big of a day did we have the previous day? Can we use that to maybe help us the next day? That's more or less kind of a theoretical thing, though. Because I don't know how you would have guessed we were going to get slower movement into the news and then even during the news. Because even during the news, it like moved a little bit, but it didn't go anywhere. And then after the news, we settled a little bit. Then that's when we got a good move. So it's like today was one of those days where if you just waited till after 9, you would have been fine. For like more directional movement, not as much up and down all in once. Because I would definitely say you got a lot of up and down all at once, even up till 9:30. But 9 o'clock definitely was like the mark off, which is good because I'm glad we talk about that a lot in here, waiting those first 30 minutes. It's not just to wait 30 minutes. It's because there is a lot of news that happens almost literally every day at 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock for you Eastern standards. But that's just a traditional time that news comes out almost every day. I wouldn't say every day, but almost every day. Sometimes it's minor data, sometimes it's larger data. It doesn't really matter. It's just the fact that news is coming out. Like Data J said here, it's just nice to know, like, oh, okay, there's more market risk. I am aware of that now. Like, it's not to scare us. It's not to give us more greed. It's just to show us, hey, things could get really fucky. Get ready. Discussions, no knives, please. Yeah. Please, no stabbing. This isn't the UK. We are above previous day control point. May walk your dog. I don't blame you. Because we started low, we went up, we hit kind of the median part of the day where we expect to hit. Now it's like kind of anyone's game. They really could just range here. They could bounce this, go all the way up to 567s. Range this, and by the end of the day we have a good power hour move on the way down. Maybe maybe this just settles during lunchtime, and in the last 2 hours of the day we get a better one directional move. I would say that's your highest probability scenario, though, when you have these kinds of days where you start down, you slowly build up, and you've already gotten past that halfway point, whether it's the gap down or the previous day halfway point. Either way, it's a good median to hit, because it shows a good amount of buying has finally happened after a good amount of selling. And so I would say highest probability scenario after those kinds of days would be that you shouldn't be making more highs or more lows. You should find a range to some extent, and then you should be aiming for the last 2 hours of the day to maybe have one more leg up or leg down. But outside of that, you shouldn't be looking for another move if another one happens, we can talk about that. We can break down like, okay, well, this was just a really strong day, and that's something we can talk about instead of just sitting there and saying, oh, big green candle. Really good higher lows if you look at that right side chart and the left side chart. I mean, really either of them. Multiple higher lows. So there's really nothing scaring us yet. Ever since that one pullback and retake, we have not had anything to worry about since this just keeps going up. My emotions are saying melt up with risk of a big red down. Those emotions make it hard for me to trade. I mean, is that emotion speaking to you, though, or is that experience? Think about that for a second. Like, you pretty much just broke down what I just said. You summarized it a lot quicker than I did. Melt up with the risk of big red down. Like, I mean, think about that for a second. I mean, you summarized it a lot shorter than I did. But kind of talking about the same thing here. Because do we want to trade a melt up? Not really. Do we want to try to guess on a big red down? Not really. So what does that indicate to us? That's just a meh. It's a meh kind of part of the day. We don't really need to be part of this. Also, you need to write down your 3 phases of the day. We went up the entire first part of the day. That was almost an hour ago that the first part of the day has ended. Here, I'll even mark it. 10:30. Right? This is the whole first part of the day. All gone. Right? And all we did was just go up. What did we do into the kind of beginning part of this second part of the day? Just more up. We had a little bit of struggle and then more up. So what does that tell us going into kind of the second half of this second part of the day, as well as maybe even thoughts about the future for the third part of the day? Kind of tells us that we don't really have much room above our heads. And we shouldn't really be looking to just guess for short trades because we literally just went up. So why would we be looking for more short setups? Unless we get good viable setups under halfway points, but you're still kind of pushing your luck there. Because like you just said, we just melted up. So should we really be trying to push our luck for more melt up or a big red move to happen after? I mean, we could talk about the possibilities of it, but I'm not going to sit here and try to push my luck and think a 2% move's about to happen for me. So don't just think about the things that the chart is telling you. Think about what it's not telling you as well and what you can take away from that, like we just did. But I don't know if that was all emotion. I feel like part of what's speaking to you, Data J, is like experience as well. I mean, you've probably heard me say 3 phases of the day, this, that, all these little terms we use. You've probably heard me say it a million times by now. Some of that's got to be experience, not just emotion. So make sure to find that distinction within yourself too. Like, because if you just sit there and tell yourself, and I'm not bashing you, but a lot of people have done this in my chat. But it really is important that you make that distinction, because if you just sit there and are always all the time like, oh well, that might be my emotion like don't even think about that. Don't even word it. Don't even type it. Don't even think that word, because that's like the first step to stuttering. It's the first step to kind of hijacking your own trade, to stumbling, tripping yourself up. But if it's like a warning, if you have like a warning going off in your head, I wouldn't take that as emotion either. I would take that as, okay, this chart feels like shit to me. I'm not going to trade it. Let's check back in an hour. Let's see if I was right. And regardless of being right or not, it doesn't matter. Take away from it. I think experience gets internalized as emotion. I can trust it when I'm not in a trade. I cannot trust emotion when I'm in one. Yeah, it is. It's like a flip of a switch, really. Like one moment we're Isaac Newton, and then the next moment when we're in the trade, we're a caveman. We don't know what's going on. We're lost. So it's you gotta slowly work that out of your system of like that flip of the switch. Like, we're not robots, but we need to trade like one. So we need to have conditions set. If this does this, I'm going to do that. If this does this, I'm going to do this. Not sitting here randomly reacting to every little thing that's happening, Taking the outside perspective too. Like, yes, I'm zoomed in on the 5 and the 1 minute right here, but sometimes it's nice to kind of remind yourself, where did this start from? And that's why I really like pre-market prep and kind of working from before the open into the price action after the open, like Tesla. Tesla's a really good example for today. So today we talked about like we are going to definitely get a lower open. What candlestick pattern is that? It's a bearish kicker. Not because I have a fucking red candle here, because I got a lower open. The lower open explained that to me before the day even really begun. As soon as the day opened, I knew this was a bad thing for the chart. Is that my emotion speaking, or is that me going, oh, because of the things I've seen in the past, I know that this is bad? Okay. Now that I've stated that, now that I've made that distinction, I can point out to myself, all right, what plan do I need to place for myself? What do I need to prep? And that's where that prep comes in. This is you making your plan for your trade and actually going over what you're going to do. Your if this, then that conversation, your conditional setting. You formatting a condition for yourself. Okay, if this happens, I'm doing this. If that happens, I'm doing this, every single time. Therefore, if something happens that you didn't plan beforehand, what is your reaction? Randomly react or do nothing and then review later? The second one, because what justifies you randomly getting to react to something? Literally nothing. So sometimes it could be just like, oh, pattern recognition. Let me look for something after that. You need something to like pop up, and then you need something else to be like, hey, get in. It's like two confirmations, one within yourself and then one like on the screen. Sometimes multiple, of course. Yeah, bouncing off PDCP. Good update, Data J. We are definitely doing that. That's that top orange level, everybody. The PDCP, also known as the previous day control point. It's just the halfway point of the previous day. It's like a billion ways of saying this level at this point. A very important pivot point, though. Being above it is directionally good for bulls. Being below it is directionally good for bears. Today, we're actually using two of them as a whole to kind of give us an area to be bullish or bearish below or above, which today, our main goal was just being bullish to this area. Now that we're here, we're just kind of picking up the information, the context that we're getting now, and kind of using it to our advantage to see what's happening next, what may happen next. If we do continue to hold above this, we should hit previous day close. If we struggle above this and break back down, there's a very good chance that we are going to be testing that other orange level and maybe even a second break of that orange level. As we see here, we had one and they retook it instantly within 20 minutes. See you later, Dr. J. Thank you for the talks, man. And thank you, everybody, for the likes on the stream. We are 3 hours into the open and 3 hours and 40 minutes into the stream. And let me know who's all still with me here. I know some people had to step out. Some people are just AFK. Some people got busy. Who's all still here? What's up, Carter? How you doing? Yeah, I wanted to be here for a Monday stream again because I had a lot of fun. I think it was last Monday as well, or maybe the Monday before that. But I've had a couple Monday streams, even though we haven't been streaming every little day. It's been fun kind of showing up for Mondays. Mondays, I swear, dude, are like 100 times better than Fridays. I don't know why that is. You would think it's like in the normal world, it's the opposite. Mondays suck, Fridays are the best. In this world, I swear Mondays are the best. Fridays are the worst. Maybe not the best, but out of the two of them. Good to see you, Garden. And thank you guys for all your posts and updates and stuff. It's been helpful. Today, whether it's been today or not, I'm not just talking about just today. But I know any noob that joins the chat is going to be in decent hands, regardless of who's posting or not. Here. Still here vibing. What's up, Alexis? What's up, Anthony? Found you last night just lurking. What's up, Jacob? Good to have you in here. We are also just chilling right now. A lot of updates. If you want to check out some of the more active market conversation, definitely go back in the stream if you want to review any of that just to kind of see what the hell I'm about. But right now we're just kind of chilling. We're just kind of watching Spy while I lazily just read chat and just chill. I was supposed to already end the stream, but honestly, a lot of really cool conversations today. So I am vibing. City run, not crazy busy today. I'll take it. Well, that's good, Alexis. Let me know if you're going to be looking at anything end of day, bigger time frame wise. I know you already mentioned a few tickers already. I forgot who mentioned Kava, but that was a good mention. I want to say it was Mike T, but I really can't remember. Maybe it was you, Alexis. Whatever brought that one up, that's a good mention, though. They're about to have earnings soon. Them and JD, I think those are the only earning... No, Target, too. So we got three setups that still have to wait for earnings. What's up, Mike? I was just figuring out whoever said Cava earlier. C-A-V-A. Oh, Kevo. Yeah, no, I think it was Kevo, actually. I was mistaken. I think I just defaulted to Mike because he always says all the tickers. Or all the random ones that I don't usually look at. Mike will say them. A lot of the ones you say, Alexis, I generally look at. Same for Sherman. Excuse me, sorry. Leland will sometimes drop a few that I don't know of. I'm trying to think of literally any other oddball who posts. Oh, Miker is pretty good about it too. I feel like he posts ones that I don't think about sometimes. Added Kava. Make sure you have this bottom left list. This list down here. I mean, you don't need Spy. That's just an obvious one. I think that's just so in case I have these other lists closed, I can click Spy. But BA all the way down to Kava. Make sure you have these. These are some really promising setups. Some of them are more like DCA setups, like buy shares slowly over time. I'd say UPS, Nike, Target are definitely in that folder. UNH even. Some of them are maybe for like setups that are warming up and I might be looking at in the near term. Like JD, UNH, I'm definitely looking at those. Tesla, of course, always. BA. BA and Tesla were more because I found those on the daily to use for day trade setups for today. But tomorrow those might be changed. So tonight I'll be looking at those again. I'll be looking at daily time frame and then we'll go through whatever and then we'll see whatever other ones we can find for tomorrow. I'll post those in premium so we have those ready to go. It's kind of fun to do it the night before too, so you don't have to do as much work that next morning because like when you're tired or maybe you just slept wrong, like you don't know how your next morning is going to go beforehand. So it's nice to get some of that shit done and then the next morning you're just kind of like boom, locked in. You don't have to sit there and think as much. Or maybe, you know, reread something, even refresh yourself. I know that can be the case for me sometimes. And the next day you just, bam, trade it or don't trade it, you know, whatever happens. SG and Kava together? What is SG? Am I not woke? Oh, is it a competitor with them? See, like that, like I never even heard of that. See, it's nice to get opinions of other people. I mentioned Cat last week, and it's still holding that trend. I think DE had good earnings. Dude, do not say DE to me. You'll get me too excited. And yeah, they do have earnings. I was looking at this last night as well. They have earnings soon. I'm honestly just impressed with this chart. I love this chart. I think this chart needs to be like studied heavily. Same with McDonald's. I think McDonald's is one of the... Not right now. I'd say this year's price action has been fugly. But up until this year, it was really nice. Which kind of crazy because, like, I know I just sat there and said, like, you shouldn't base stocks based on presidents, but, like, this is a good Trump stock, and it's not doing shit with him, so. Also, the potato company. This is the potato company that hooks them up with all their fries and stuff and frozen potatoes. They are doing horrible, and this is actually at the original entry price that we talked about from back in the day. When we first entered this chart, we entered over here. I say back in the day, that was just last year. And we're actually under that price actually, so I still like this company a lot because if you should look up LW, look up what they make, what they sell, and who they sell to, and it'll blow your mind. Like this is like I'd have to go back test my numbers. I don't want to say it and be wrong, but it's a pretty large percentage of the world's potatoes come from just this company. You might think, oh, what's so special about potatoes? Potatoes get used for damn near everything. It's very important. Especially if one of those companies is the main supplier of McDonald's. Like that company is very important. So I don't even if I don't care about McDonald's price action, it is definitely affecting Lamb Weston's price action. Because honestly, I need to retype that one down so I don't forget it. I mean, I'm never gonna forget it, but Lamb Weston is like, genuinely, in my opinion, like a super slept-on stock that is just underperforming right now. And I think over time it'll do better, but it just needs more time. Like 2-3 years from now, and maybe it has more consolidation to work off of, because right now it's teetering. It's gonna end up being a $35 stock before we know it. Potato supremacy, dude, I'm telling you. I remember I was reading about that company for like hours one night, man, because I was so impressed. I was like, wait, you're telling me one company sells to McDonald's? Like, I thought it was like a combination of like a shit ton of different companies, but it's mainly one company. Like, that blows my mind. That's like buying a second McDonald's with less risk, because it's, or probably more risk because it's less to work on. It's less diversity. Have I ever traded corn before? No. I've made a lot of memes about corn trading and commodity trading, though. Commodity trading is a very funny topic to read about because it's very interesting. It teaches you a lot, but there's a lot of jokes made about it, so you end up like understanding some of the jokes more. Like, I didn't even pay attention, but in The Big Short, for example, there's a super funny joke made at like the very beginning. It's when he goes into that like class and he's like interrupting it, and he's like interrupting that guy, and he goes, "What do you do?" And he goes, "Well, I'm a commodity trader." He goes, "Oh, well, sorry for you," or whatever he says, and like that didn't make sense to me at first because like I just don't care about commodities. But then it made sense, and then I think he even said corn or something. Like, it was pretty funny. Or in a deleted scene, they said corn. But there's like tons of jokes made about it that are funny. I think I even made a meme too about like commodity traders when carrot prices went up, and it was just like a bunch of guys like cutting up a carrot around this chick. It was hilarious. What you trade, buddy? Coffee, coffee beans. But no, I've never traded commodities like corn. It is interesting though. I've read a lot about it. I think it's just important to understand like that it exists, because I think some people really do believe there's just some fairy that sets prices for things. It's like, no, that doesn't exist. There's an actual market for these things. I don't know. It's just cool to not feel so disconnected from how it actually works. Mike, you found a message from Nox talking about a level we're near, but it's from a different year. November 1st, 2024. That's actually funny. Yeah, it's kind of cool you can do that in this chat because even like further back, you can like find some crazy prices on charts. Like I remember somebody in my chat found a message from me or someone, and they were like, "Bro, when was Amazon at 2,500?" I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "When was Amazon above 2,000?" And that's like, okay, well, you started trading just the past year or so. Not to judge them, it's just it's funny you could realize that. People forget about the price Nvidia went up to, Apple that was at, Amazon. Like all these prices were crazy at one point. They made them way more attractive. What's up, Alexis? How's your day looking so far? Yo, what's up, Mikey? My bad, I went to grab something. What's up, Mikey? It's lunchtime, baby. Trying to hunt a joint with good sandwiches. I almost thought you were about to be like, I'm trying to hunt down a joint. Slow. I feel you, lag. Staying cash today. Maybe looking to trade in Power Hour. If you do, be careful of the two orange levels on my screen as a whole. Use that as like a highlighted area. And if we're still going up by that time, be very weary of the previous day close. But good looks, Mikey. He feels that he doesn't have a good market in front of him, so he's waiting till the last session of the day. And if he doesn't see anything there, you're just gonna chill, and he'll probably have a great day tomorrow. Good head on your shoulders, Mike. Guys, don't chase this. Oh wait, sorry. I don't know why I'm reading that like an idiot. Guys, don't chase this move if there isn't any actionable signals. We still have the whole week. Yeah, that's true. It is only Monday, guys. Don't blow your load. Don't be that guy. Me as well, just observing at the moment. Mike's got you on the joint. What a legend. I've never asked that in the chat how many people partake or don't partake. Not like it even matters. I don't care if people in chat drink or smoke or anything. As long as it's like, not like heroin or anything or Not smoking any meth. You know, that's not cool. Damn, we're about to make it to noon. That's crazy. When's the last time Bueller streamed at noon? From 7:40 or whatever. Or 7:50, whenever I started streaming. It's been a minute. You quit smoking 13 years ago? What an actual legend. That's a lot of time. That's a lot of lung capacity that you saved. Me too, only herb is the verb. Whoops, I did not mean to do that. Oh, if you guys ever have a problem with your charts, by the way, and you don't feel like logging out, logging back in, you can hit help, system, and then hit collect garbage. Spam that a couple times, and then go back to charts. Sometimes it'll fix some of the jitteriness, which I haven't felt that in a while. It either is lagging or it isn't. I don't get the jitteriness, but I know a lot of people get that. But if you ever feel like it's like lagging a little bit, just make sure you hit that. You wish you could? Wait, what did I ask when you said that? Or what did I say when you said that? My mind was like, collect garbage, and then I read, I wish I could. I wish I could collect garbage. Oh, partake. I was like... I know that can't be what he meant. Alright. Maybe one day we'll do a big partake. It's like the most polite way of saying it. Really proud of BA and Tesla today. I'm not gonna lie. I'm really glad one worked and one didn't. And then the one that didn't was pretty like obvious that it wasn't going to. Got to go over why it didn't work, so that was cool. Got to go over this and how it worked, not just, you know, how to make money. It's kind of nice to go over like how you do the stuff you have to do to make the money first. So that was nice. Or don't forget UPS, don't forget Nike, don't forget Target. It's okay if you forget UNH, but you shouldn't forget that one either. But you should definitely remember Target, Nike, and Ups. Do not forget Ups. Ups might be one of the best plays in the next 3-4 years. Do not miss out. For my long-term guys. I think that's a really good one. Shout out to Mike T. A couple other good mentions here by the guys. But those are definitely my favorite 3. Like, I would say LW is definitely up there on my list, but it's not even my 4th favorite. There's just so many good picks. So many good discounts. That aren't, like, all tech related, too. I love that we're finding picks that aren't just, like, Apple, Tesla, Nvidia. Like, no shit. Anybody's going to find those. But not every person's going to go buy UPS or Target or Nike. Because they're boring. We want boring. We want good, boring stocks. That's what we want. I don't want to invest in Apple at barely under all-time high. Actually, this is a lot further than barely under all-time. It's a lot farther than that. But you know what I mean.
Everybody buys Tesla. Everybody buys Microsoft, Nvidia, Amazon. Like, let's not be everybody. I mean, it's totally a safe option. Don't get me wrong. You see a tech stock at discount. Don't get me wrong. High risk, also high reward. But that's the whole point of this conversation. Is there's also other stock picks that aren't high risk, high reward. It's more like in the middle. So, I like those a lot. It's funny how like literally everything always comes back down to like a probability or like a percentage or something. No SIGs, you dig? Congratulations, bro. Best decision. Those cancer sticks are bad. I took a nap and you're still going? I know. How's it? What's up, Matty Ice? I have a nice list of individuals in the BB gang that I'll definitely partake with. Feeling recharged? I bet. Man, if you needed a nap already, you must have been working your ass off. You must have needed it. Reddit is back to 120. Say swear. Damn, it is. Whoa, that was weird. Why did I do that? I'm so addicted to that fib, dude. Like, every chart has that fib. And it's like the liquidity grab of the recent move. It's on that same line is on SPY, just at a different number. The same line is on like 90% of charts that I've looked at, just at a different number. On Reddit, it's 93. It's a crazy looking chart. Do I need to be looking at Reddit more? What is the options chain like? Jesus Christ. It's actually kind of expensive an expensive options chain. I would think this is pretty popular to watch, right? Because it's Reddit. I need to add this to a watch list. Here, we'll just add it to this one. We're kind of on a streak today. Might as well. That's a weekly chart, too. That's a crazy looking weekly chart. It's got like a, not really a 3-bar play, but then it almost has one like right here. And this is the beginning of the week. This is Monday. So it should go to whatever the next lower highs are. Right? Yeah, right there. That is crazy how that lined up with that. I almost instinctively drew a line right here, and then I was like, oh, let's see where this goes from the low to the high of that first move, and it literally goes where that is. Kind of where the bottom of that hammer is a little bit. Damn, Reddit's actually kind of an interesting chart. I don't really look at that much, if at all. I don't know what I'm looking at here. Okay, that's that move. I haven't looked at this chart since this happened, apparently. For snow.
They went down and hit one, two. Where's the third? I don't even have the third on. There it is. Oh, look how that lines up. That's crazy. It almost hit. I mean, it got halfway to the third fib extension of this move down. That's crazy. That takes a lot of selling. Really good trend follow up too. You got a lower high, followed through, pop back up, then it held the low, pop back up. No higher low yet, which just kind of shows just how strong this chart is. But honestly, that's like the market though right now. It's not even just snow. And then you said they have earnings on the 21st. Oh, I can't see past that. That's crazy. Huh. So we either see continuation over 169, which that's lower probability, but not really out of the question. Just because there's that earnings run-up move that could definitely happen. It just runs up into earnings and then it slows down. 169 could be a really good pivot point. It's kind of like where the lower high was as well. Damn, good find, good find. All right, well, even with earnings coming, I'll still put it on the list so we can keep watch on it. I'll try to run through those too. I've been doing a good job of posting more. The daily setups are fun to post if you know what you're looking for. So if there's anyone in here who doesn't know what the hell they're looking at or what anything is being said, like just ask or ask where to look. Because daily setups are actually pretty easy and they give you a lot of opportunity and you can apply it to other time frames. You could be like, oh, well, I like this because it was going to maybe make an evening star. So I went down to the 5 minute and I was looking for lower highs. You know, that's great. That's a perfectly logical way of looking for a trade. You partake in fibs and BB levels? You slept nada all weekend but heading back home from Florida? Oh, okay. He needed it. He needed that sleep. Tesla bounced at 279. Nvidia stuck at 114. Mike with the updates today, bro. Nobody can contain this, man. I can't even keep up with all of them. Back, I guess my absence didn't cause a big move. It caused a big move in my heart. Google tapped 165s. What a sexy chart that is. Let's say this, Mike. Even if you don't get them now, I'll be surprised if by the end of the day this doesn't have at least one more move up. Like 202 at the very least, right? Today's open is like kind of an extended target, middle of gap down, and previous day close is further targets maybe. Not a bad find though. Not a bad find for a potential scalp on the day. I definitely like it for a like end of day type trade, like last 2 hours. So if this is still holding what you just said within now to an hour, I definitely really like this trade. But like you said, there's probably a good chance it just goes up from now. Because why would they wait till 1 o'clock just because I said so? No. If this is the day, what's the halfway point? 201. Okay, I was saying 202. It's even lower. UVXY is basing. Yeah, SPY looks like crap. I do agree with you on Apple. It does look good. Kind of sucks the other part of the market doesn't look good. I think it's mainly because of tech. Like, I can't even hate on Apple
It's because Apple like screwed itself. Like it went down when everything else was like holding, and now that everything else is tired and wants to chill out or even go down, now Apple's at a part of the chart where it wants to go up. So it's like Apple's just screwed its own pooch, really. That's my opinion. Feel free to tell me otherwise. That's just what it feels like to me because it just sold before anything else did. Like it deserves to be at 202 right now. But that would be horrible timing if everything else slowed down. Because, yeah, no, it looks like it should at least go 202. Oh, that's the PDL too, you said? I honestly am staring at it and didn't even notice. Yeah, that's kind of what I was looking at. Just because, like, from, like, this high right here to, like, here, it kind of just, I don't know, feels pretty even. 202 is a good number. I'd be a good end-of-day scalp, though. Just pretty risky because of the timing of everything else. It's really Apple's own fault. But just because everything else looks like crap doesn't mean Apple can't go up. So I don't even know if I'd say that on Apple. Because it is Apple. She is built a little bit different. The factory that Apple was built in was built different. I'm a day one Apple glazer. Not because of their phones, not even because of their products. It is because of the amount of control they have. Also, I think another crazy thing that's not even related to the company that like just shows how strong Apple is like Warren Buffett is like the famous guy for saying don't put all your eggs in one basket. He's literally that guy, right? But he himself has literally put almost all of his eggs in the Apple basket at multiple points in his career. There must be a reason why. Yeah, Buffett does. Oh, he was glazing him at that thing, the event or whatever. The Buffett, like annual conference thing or whatever. I'm not even surprised that he was glazing him because think about it. Like, just think about it logically. He's literally told everyone for the longest time never always invest most of your money in one thing ever, even if you're like super, super confident. But then he does it with Apple. But that's the only company he's ever done it with. He's never done that with any other company before. So it makes sense. You could argue and be like, yeah, well, we owned a lot of banks at one point. Like, yeah, to save our economy. It was a good dip buy, but I'll give him that. But, I mean, more or less it was to help the government. But, like, Apple's, like, really the only one. Because I think everybody remembers him for, like, Coca-Cola. But it's like, bro, what? He's owned so much more Apple. There was a point where he had like over half of his portfolio in Apple when the market was like looking like crap. That was like his safe haven was Apple. It was either cash or Apple. At his annual shareholder meeting. I need to go finish it. I finished most of it. I didn't get the tail end of it. The good old the good old informed traders and not informed traders. Maybe he wanted to get all saucy with it considering his age and how he's been in the game for all this time. I mean, I'm surprised he hasn't bragged more. His old partner Charlie didn't mind bragging, but it's rare you hear Warren brag. Like it takes like an interview and someone pulling it out of him for him to say something. At 1.2x speed. Yeah, I took your recommendation yesterday. When you said you were watching it at that speed, I was like, all right, well, I guess I'll do the same.
Honestly, the funniest video of like a rich person is probably Bill Gates. Like he's kind of cringe, but his like old videos of him are pretty insanely funny. Actually, the most recent one he was pretty old in, but there's this one where they asked him, they're like, Bill Gates, how much do you think chips are or pizza rolls are? And his answers were like out of this world. They were nowhere near like what you and me and what a normal person would think the prices of these things are. It was hilarious. Like he was so out of touch with like prices of things. It was funny. Like it wasn't like a fuck you I'm rich thing. It was like actually kind of funny. Like oh he's actually oblivious. I think he said pizza rolls were like $300 or something, or no $30. It was like bro what? And then he talked about like chips or something else and phones and like he would say the prices of them and they were like nowhere near what they actually are. That one's pretty good though. The video of him getting McDonald's under the $5 meals always gets you. Oh, of Warren? The video of him and Bill getting ice cream is pretty wholesome. Two homies getting ice cream. Apple crack Apple 200 crack 200.34 needs to be taken out. Let's just pull Apple up. Fucks by, am I right? Man, what a long stream. I really hope anybody was here for like the first half of it because I swear the first half of it was definitely like super informational, and then you could definitely see when I switched it to like, oh, let's just chill out now. We still covered a few things, but we were definitely a little more on topic the first half of stream. So if there is anybody interested in the not off-topic stuff, that's definitely what you want. I do like this potential play by Mike here. Apple, whether it's an end-of-day move or not. Target broke 95, but I still like UPS better for the divvies. Oh, I like UPS way more than Target. I have UPS higher than Target. Not on my watch list, but like priority. If I would say gun to my head, which one would I buy more? I would definitely say UPS over Target. I like your stock pick probably more than all the stock picks I found. Like I like DDD, I like Nike, I like Target, I like UPS. I'd like UNH if more time went by, and we were still holding 400. But not a crazy one on my list. There's a couple others, but that's like the gist. Like I like PayPal, XYZ. I think XYZ is a crazy buy. The revenue's down now, but in the future it won't be. Well, shouldn't be. I won't say won't. It definitely could be lower. But I like a lot of those stock picks, honestly. But I would say UPS was definitely the best one I've seen posted so far. And I swear to God, I have not seen a single soul post UPS besides Mike on anything. And I'd say when you guys post those, I go around, I go look around, see like what's the sentiment. I kind of prefer our sentiment to be the reverse of everyone else's. Everyone's like screaming for blood on every chart all the time. So it's nice to pull out one and nobody's talking about it. If we can get 6 more likes, I'll go to 1 o'clock. Actually, no, we should just end it here soon before the stream gets too long. Too long. Before I end the stream, though, do we have any other questions or comments or just anything? It's not always questions. You guys can, of course, say what you want. But if we have any other questions, let me know. Good time to ask them before we end it off, because I can give you my complete and undivided attention. If not, though, I'll end the stream. We can call it there. We'll chill out. Wait, that thing kept going, Mike? I read this out earlier, too, when you said that. I literally read what you said out. He said it's up 22%, and then he updated it just now. He's like, it's up 40% now. Penny stock. That's kind of crazy, though. I was impressed when you posted it, and I read that it was on the NASDAQ. I was like, okay, this is actually like a decent penny stock then. Because if you ever go to a penny stock and it doesn't say NASDAQ right there, there's an issue. If it just says like OTC, it's probably not a good thing. But it actually said NASDAQ. So it's like actually traded. It's an actual company that can prove it's an actual company. Which most penny stocks, if it says OTC, it's pretty gray zone. I don't recommend it. I've done a few myself. Like in the past, I'm sure you guys saw me post like Mullen before. And I knew what OTCs were even before that, but it was just like, that was definitely a learning experience. Like, all right, I don't need to be in these. They're just so stupid. You're just better off finding one that is on the NASDAQ. Or on the New York Stock Exchange. Like, literally just on any exchange that matters. Because they make you have to actually show, like, yes, this is a company that is an actual company that's doing what it says it's doing. Whereas OTCs, they don't have to be like that. It could be like, yeah, we sell robots, and they don't actually do anything. It doesn't matter. Well, I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll end it there. Hopefully the stream was good enough for you guys today. Definitely the meat of the stream was the pre-market prep, the first hour and a half, I'd say, the 90 minutes that followed the market open. So a pretty good amount of time. Definitely review that if you're wanting to go and kind of get a better look at what was going on. What was the game plan? What were we looking at? What were we looking for? I'm not going to tell you what's what. Take your time, back test, review. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Thank you guys for the updates, the call outs, tons of different updates by you guys as well, that I was reading out from the different chats. But thank you guys again for everything. Thank you for the likes too. Got 35 likes on today's stream, 200 clicks. That's pretty crazy. And yeah, see you guys tomorrow most likely. I don't see why I won't be here tomorrow. So yeah, and I'll have some levels posted and stuff. I'll post some daily stuff for the lifetime guys and stuff. And if there's anything that's new that pops up, if there's anything that isn't new, then whatever. But yeah, hope you guys have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you again.